Well, this is Dana Rhodes. I'm with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and I would like to welcome you all to the third and final day of the Spotted Lanternfly Virtual Summit. We've had some really good speakers the first 2 days, and I anticipate the third day will also follow suit. We have some folks from USDA, PPQ, who will be speaking regarding operations. And we will also be hearing from the states and how they will be working within their own states this year regarding spotted lanternfly. I would like to let everyone know that if you have a question for the panelists, please make sure that you put that in the Q&A. We will be monitoring the Q&A and we'll ask those questions as we have time for them. The chat is really for conversations behind the scenes. So please, again, questions in the Q&A. If we do not have time, we will ask the panelists to please answer those questions so that you will be able to see them. We are recording this session so that we will be able to send this out as a link and you will be able to refer to it as you go through and work on spotted lanternfly. So Leo will be our facilitator today. So Leo, I am going to let you take it away. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dana, and welcome everybody to this morning's session. We do have a good lineup here where we will be discussing the operational plans that we've drawn up here with USDA, both from an overarching standpoint and then also our state-specific response plans for this season. We'll also be looking at a couple of the treatment options and some data collection. So this morning we'll kick off with Matt Travis, our new multi-state spotted lanternfly coordinator. That is the position that is the same as Anam, but he gets to be with us in the field this year. And then Erin Otto will be joining him. She is our policy manager for spotted lanternfly, and they'll be presenting on USDA's strategic response and operational plans. And again, I just want to remind you guys that if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A, and I'll assist with highlighting those as Matt and Erin have a little bit of time at the end of their presentation, and we'll do the same for each of the others. Anything that's not answered by them during this time slot can be answered in the Q&A as well, and we can also come back to you at the end of the session if there's some time. So with that, I will pass it over to Matt and Erin.
Thanks, Leo. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. This is the first talk of the day, so hopefully you have your coffee with you and you're half awake. So I'm going to be starting the presentation for USDA for the Spotted Lanternfly program, and we're going to talk about the fiscal year 21 strategic and operational goals. There we go. Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, there they are. Anyway, okay, so again, my name is Erin Otto. I'm the National Policy Manager for the Spotted Lanternfly program. You'll also be hearing from Matt Travis this morning. He's the multi-state coordinator from SLF, and he's from Field Ops. And as Leo said, he is basically the equivalent of what in other programs is known as the NOM, the National Operations Manager. And then in addition, the other third integral part of the Spotted Lanternfly cross-functional working group is Greg Parra, and he's the staff scientist from Science and Technology. PPQ is broken into 3 core functional areas, and that's policy management, field operations, and S&T, Science and Technology. And I would also be remiss to mention Leo. Leo has been doing a yeoman's amount of work the last year as the acting national policy manager, or the acting national operations manager. So I just want to give him a shout out as well. He's still with the program, so he's not getting away from us. So I just wanted to give him a shout out as well if you've been working with him in the past. So this morning's talk, we're going to have a little bit of background about spotted lanternfly. Then I'm going to speak about some of the new program activities that took place in fiscal year 20. And that's talking about some of the treatments that have been added, as well as talking about some of the high-risk pathways, some of the things that have been found along those high-risk pathways and what PPQ and the state partners are doing about that. Then I'm going to pass it over to Matt Travis, and he's going to talk about the fiscal year program goals for 21, and then also the fiscal year strategic and operational plan. So if you haven't had a chance to make the rest of the summit or SLF 101 last Thursday, just to refresh everyone's memory, which I'm sure you don't need refreshing, spotted lanternfly was first detected in Berks County, Pennsylvania in 2014. The population has increased over the years and through natural and human-assisted spread to 8 additional states. So to Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia. However, to date, an estimated 95% of the spotted lanternfly population can be found in the generally infested region of southeastern PA and adjacent regions in New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. And as we all know, the highly preferred host is tree of heaven, Ailanthus altissima. There we go. And as we've been talking about the last couple of days, the pest adversely affects grapes and hops, fruit trees, and other ornamental trees. It is a potential threat to forest ecosystems. And but thus far, vineyards have been the most adversely affected agricultural commodity. And we've been hearing a lot from the grape industry, and also a lot of the research and community outreach that has been occurring that you've been hearing about the last 2 days, often is talking about the grape industry and the winemaking industry. Right now, no natural enemies are known to exist in the United States. So for the past couple of years, treatment efforts have been focused on chemical treatment. Beginning in 2016, the primary methods of control for this pest were the manual removal of egg masses, chemical and mechanical removal of tree of heaven, and the application of chemicals like dinotefuran as a systemic bark application on tree of heaven. In 2020, the program began using contact insecticides, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in subsequent slides. We've also moved on to some other applications like golden pest spray oil as an ovicide for the spotted lanternfly egg masses. So just to give you a little background, here we have the yearly population growth from 2018 through 2020, so the last couple of years. In 2018, we had that blue area in the center, and that's basically the population for that year. About, as you can see over there on the left, about 3.59 million acres, and it was just sort of in Pennsylvania and the adjacent states, so that we had New Jersey, Delaware, and Virginia. Spread a little bit more in 2019, and then in the 2020 area, we now have about 13.23 million acres that has a population. So we've added several states, and it continues to grow through both natural spread. But as you can see, you're noticing some movement along high-risk pathways, corridors, rail. So there is some rail movement. Let me see if I can use my pointer. Here westward with the new population in Ohio, and then also southward, mostly on rail, but also we're concerned about the I-81 corridor as a high-risk pathway. So PPQ has been working with state cooperators to look at those high-risk pathways, and also we're going to be working to eliminate these satellite populations from the main area. So for the last couple of years, I wanted to, we've been talking about, chemical treatment as one of the primary things that we're doing to control spotted lanternfly. And I wanted to give you a brief overview of program highlights from fiscal year 20. PPQ and our state partners have performed individual tree treatments, concentrating on prioritizing properties such as airports, maritime ports, commercial sites, transportation corridors, intermodal sites, real properties, and properties with other properties with tree of heaven that are limited access. And when I talk about a trap tree, what I'm talking about specifically is a SLF host tree that has been treated with a systemic insecticide like dinotefuran to provide longer control of spotted lanternfly. So the spotted lanternfly will feed on the trap tree and die. That's the plan. So here you see the results of trap tree and treatments for fiscal year 20. It's been broken out into state cooperators and PPQ staff. And we've also listed the number of properties and acres that have been treated by both state and PPQ cooperators. So this is really a joint program between PPQ and our state cooperators to work on managing, controlling, suppressing control of spotted lanternfly. In addition to individual tree treatments, we're moving to broadcast spray. The advantage of broadcast sprays is that it allows for more flexibility of treatment across all life stages and can be used as a knockdown treatment, a knockdown application. So this year we've been applying contact insecticides, and mostly that's bifenthrin. And contact insecticides, the EA, the environmental assessment, allows for bifenthrin, beta-fluorine, and Bovaria bassiana with backpack sprayers and spray rigs with hydraulic guns. But for the most part, we've been using bifenthrin as an application. The manual backpack sprayers and spray rigs using hydraulic guns. We have, for the spray rigs, we have 10 in PA PPQ, PDA has 2 spray rigs, and Virginia PPQ has a spray rig. We've been focusing that broadcast spray on rail and rail properties and other high priority sites. And I also wanted to, I'm sorry, I'm owned by 5 cats and they're on my table. Anyway, mist application was first used this year in fiscal year 20. That was by our state cooperator, Pennsylvania. And PDA was able to use state funds to contract out mist applications of bifenthrin along an 8-mile section of rail. And that was near Conway, Pennsylvania. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the EA, the Environmental Assessment, and NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, and some of the other environmental laws that PPQ complies with as I talk a little bit more about treatments. But before I do that, I want to talk about mist applications. So we're going to shift towards more broad-based treatments of SLF in coming years. So some of the research that you heard on Monday, talking about mist blowing and some of those other applications of broadcast sprays, those studies at Blue Marsh National Recreation Area show mist blowers as a possible useful tool along rail and other transportation corridors. Especially for knockdown treatment. We found through this year that experienced contractors are a must in some circumstances, and that's along rail. Oftentimes it's difficult to get access to rail, and there are contractors out there that already have access, that already have the training that is required to get on the rail. and already have the equipment. So in some cases, it's easier to go with contractors to get on rail for mist applications. And PPQ is pursuing environmental and biological assessments for program use for this type of application. So let me talk a little bit about some of the current laws that are required, that USDA is required to comply with, and one of which is the National Environmental Policy Act. So in a nutshell, not to get too nerded out, in a nutshell, NEPA, or the National Environmental Policy Act, ensures that federal agencies consider the significant environmental consequences of their proposed actions and informs the public about the decision-making required to use those sorts of things. So currently, in the environmental assessment that was published in June 2020, that environmental and biological assessment that's published, and it is published and put on the APHIS website. So you can see that on the APHIS Spotted Lanternfly website. The current EA covers the Mid-Atlantic states, as well as a couple other states. So Connecticut, the District of Columbia, Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, North Carolina, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, PA, Virginia, and West Virginia. And in the current EA, it allows for the direct application of herbicides and insecticides on Tree of Heaven on any property. But it limits broadcast application to manual pump backpack sprays or hydraulic guns or vehicle mounted tanks with that hydraulic gun. And it's only on specific properties. So that's rail yards and rail lines, railroad right-of-ways, and or buildings and structures. And in the current EA, that's where we can broadcast spray on those specific, with those specific methods on those specific properties or buildings and structures with the bifenthrin, with the beta-cyfluorine, and the Bovaria. Now, that doesn't cover mist blowing. It does not cover the application type of mist blowing. So what we are doing, PPQ is pursuing a new environmental and biological assessment. And in this case, it's adding mist applications as a method for the broad-based insecticides. And in this case, we would be adding mist blower applications for 2 contact insecticides, and that would be bifenthrin and beta-cyfluorine. We're going to be targeting rail lines in PA, and so that's rail lines and intermodal sites in PA, as well as the certain counties that are along those rail corridors. So the corridors that go out to Ohio and then down south. So that would be certain counties in Maryland, Ohio, Virginia, and West Virginia, where SLF has been associated with that rail line. We hope to have the final environmental documentation published to allow for mist blowing in these areas in fall 2021. But again, the NEPA process can be a little bit lengthy, so these are just estimates. So we're working on with our partners to get the environmental assessment worked on now, to get the draft out for public comment. That has to be in the Federal Register for public comment. And then once the comments come in, we address them, and then we can publish the environmental assessment. At the same time that we are trying to comply with NEPA, there's like a dual process that's going on with ESA. So the Endangered Species Act. So that's where the biological assessment comes in. So in any case, not to get too geeked out on regulations that regulate regulators, hopefully that will be published by adult flight season in 2021. Okay, we've also been working on transportation rail pathways and rail. So in 2020, we've made some major inroads with rail. Pennsylvania has gotten approval to treat Norfolk Southern properties. And that is also included allows for PPQ access. Again, there's been some treatment conducted on rail properties in several states by PPQ or state cooperators. And then I've already mentioned that 8 miles in Conway for the PDA was able to do with missed application. The states are and PPQ are continuing to pursue agreements with tier 1 railroads, so CSX, Amtrak, and some other tier 2 rail companies. And then there's also a joint SLF Railroad Task Force, and that's with PPQ and these eastern states that are getting together on a like every 3-week basis to start sharing knowledge about gaining cooperation with the rail companies. Rail is not centralized. It's very convoluted and bureaucratic. There's different rail tiers, and each railroad has different access requirements, different permitting requirements, different training requirements. So it's not easy to gain access and to do treatments on rail. And so we're doing a lot of sharing of information to get that done and to get word out to that industry. Another transportation pathway that we are looking at is air cargo. Through the Japanese beetle program and the Japanese beetle inspectors out in California, we found 40 SLF. They're all been dead or moribund, found on 35 different flights. And most of those originated either at infested airports in the core or made previous stops at infested airports before going to California. So with the Japanese beetle program, we've sort of piggybacked on them, and we have developed new data fields for their collectors, for their survey 123 collectors. And that's going to be used by Japanese beetle inspectors, both at originating airports and departing airports. So this hopefully will give us a better handle on flight time. It'll give us a better handle on the pathway so that we can create better best management practices and work with the industry to mitigate the risk there of movement. Not just adults, but we're also going to be looking at the movement, possible movement of egg masses. We're also part of that air cargo, that air pathway is military. So we've been working with, PPQ has been working with the Pest Management Board with the military to talk about this issue, especially from Air Force bases on the East Coast in the quarantine area that may be heading to other parts of the US. And the DoD has been very proactive with us and helpful on working on this pathway. Another pathway that we're going to try to get a handle on is coastwise vessels. In 2020, there were 5 coastwise vessels that went from the infested area to other ports that reported SLF adults on board. All adults were dead, or they were killed at sea prior to docking at their destination. In any case, they arrived dead. So we don't know if they were dead sitting on the boat when it left, or if they were alive and then died out at sea. The adults need constant food at that point of their life cycle. And so we're not sure how long they can survive, how many hours, or let's say, I've heard 24 to 48 hours without feeding. So we are concerned more about egg masses. So we are getting a handle on that. You might be asking what we're doing to protect other ports and international trade. First of all, S&T has developed information which has been provided to the ports to address this concern. And we'll be continuing to monitor and work with ports and maritime companies to get the word out about SLF, to get the word about inspecting for egg masses, and then blowing off the SLF out at sea before they even come back to port. And then we've also have extensive research activities. So the goal of S&T's research strategy for SLF is to support the program's goals by providing relevant scientific information that will enhance and optimize program activities. And those are sort of broken down into 3 areas. So they're working to develop and optimize treatment tools and strategies. They're working to optimize detection and survey strategies and tools, and also develop biological control strategies. And just as a sort of recap, there are 23 active research agreements supported over the 2020 field season. And research is conducted by both the S&T, primarily the Otis Laboratory up there in Massachusetts, but also by academia partners and by the Agricultural Research Service, ARS. Now the data season has just ended for 2020. A lot of the data analysis has been performed and may not have been published yet, but the results from most of those projects are expected right about now. Some data crunching is still happening, but if you were there on Monday for the research day, a lot of those results and preliminary results were presented then. And so we have a lot of work yet to do, but we have some promising ideas and treatments and trapping strategies to look into for the future. All right, so I am going to pass it off now to Matt Travis. Matt, did you need me to stop sharing, or do you want me to continue to share and I'll just move the slides?
Aaron, if you would just please forward the slides for
Absolutely.
me, please. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Matt Travis. I'm the multi-state coordinator for the Spotted Lanternfly program for field operations in PPQ. And we've gotten a really good overview from Aaron, and I'm going to get into some detail, but some of what you'll hear is also reinforcing much of what Aaron has said in the presentation that she's provided already. So to start, let's talk about our fiscal year 21 Spotted Lanternfly program goals. So now that there's been a recap of the 2020 goals, let's just dive in and look at some of the focused areas for the program for fiscal year 21. The first goal being focus primary control measures based on the data. Data drives a lot of what we do in PPQ. We rely heavily on data collection, accurate data collection. It helps us do quite a lot of our activities, not just detection of the pest, but also we use it for our treatment, our site assessments. And so data is a driving force that helps us identify key areas and establish populations, and really drives a lot of our treatment and control operations as well. We're obviously focusing primary control measures on high-risk transportation and commodity pathways to really minimize that long-distance dispersal. And again, you know, Aaron talked about this a little bit, but this is really one of our focused areas. We want to reduce the distribution and really minimize that distribution and dispersal through man-made assistance. And so we're looking heavily at our high-risk transportation and commodity pathways. Rapidly responding to SLF spotted lanternfly satellite populations is also something that we need to be ready to do, as we had several late season detections that turned out to be populations, of course, last year in the states of New York, in the state of Ohio, and the state of Connecticut. We need to be ready to respond to those populations as they're discovered, so that we can get a quick assessment and potentially treat and minimize their distribution or eradicate if that's possible. Aaron, next slide, please. So as we look at the additional goals, we look at the development of and harmonization of best management practices. So there are a lot of great ideas, a lot of great practices amongst industries, businesses, and our partners, including growers. So we want to promote those and develop those as we learn more about this insect pest, and as we look at other ways of controlling or preventing the spread of this insect pest. We certainly welcome the dialogue and the discussion with all our partners, and we want to really promote the harmonization and the use of these best management practices in all the states that are affected by spotted lanternfly. We're certainly looking to harmonize state SLF regulatory and data collection activities. I talked about how important data is already, but we want to make sure that we're consistent, that we're keeping core standards intact, and we're consistently collecting the same sets of data, that they're aligned, so that we can get the best maximum effectiveness out of that data that we are collecting. And of course, education and management recommendations. We've heard a lot of great information um, from our extension partners, from our university partners, and certainly we've been talking about citizen science and citizen reporting, which is really aiding our detection of spotted lanternfly throughout the region. Next slide, please, Aaron. So this is just breaking down spotted lanternfly operations for 21 and in some of these lanes. Next slide, please. So high-risk pathways. Aaron certainly touched on this. Looking very closely at high-risk pathways to include rail. She talked about the rail and the transit pathways, the impact they've had. So we really need to focus on those and limit the distribution by those methods. We need to look at high volume shipping operations and work with those cooperators so that they understand the part that they play in this, and that we're also focusing and targeting our survey activities as well as our treatment activities and operations around these shipping operations and warehouses. Looking at high risk industries, certainly we are aware of industries like the green industries, the nursery industries, the hardscape industries that do present a risk for distributing this pest. So we're certainly wanting to work with those industries and focus on those areas, and certainly high value agricultural commodities. We heard a lot of discussion yesterday from Heather Leach at Penn State regarding vineyards and other fruit crops. And we are certainly aware and want to focus our activities, treatment and control activities around these sites as well, and these pathways as well. Next slide, please, Aaron. So we certainly want to harmonize and use all the models, all the tools in the toolbox. So over the course of this summit, certainly in the first day and certainly SLF 101, we heard about some really great models that are being used to assess risk, to predict movement, to predict spread. And these are models that we absolutely promote and we want to develop further so that it helps us make the best decisions. We also want to consider degree day modeling, which we've heard examples of that as well, both with PestCast, which is something that we use, as well as some of the tools that Penn State has presented to this group. We want to use these models, harmonize them, and use them in a consistent way to make decisions where we should be targeting our survey and our treatment and control activities. We certainly want to be aware of where our spotted lanternfly population densities occur, where our heaviest densities, where our satellite populations are, and certainly where does that cross with heavy Atlantis populations as one of the primary hosts. We certainly want to work, as Aaron also touched on, we want to build relationships with these industries, railroad, air, maritime, and trucking industries. We really want to work with them and help them understand that they're part of our solution. They're part of developing a strategy and tactics to limit the spread and minimize the spread of this pest across the area. We continue to look and identify industries that may benefit from enhanced mitigation and inspections. So when we talk about rail, are there additional inspections, things that we can help derive or build best management practice with them? Certainly we talked about air cargo, and Aaron talked about the Japanese beetle inspectors. Can we capitalize on that activity in the infested area especially, and look at methods to mitigate the possibility of those insects making the trip by air across the United States? And again, trucking industries, we've seen some great demonstrations from state partners on how they've worked with trucking industries and done some inspections to mitigate the risk of spread within their own states. So we just want to capitalize on some of the things that have been done and look to develop additional mitigation techniques and inspection techniques. Next slide, please, Aaron. Collection of operational data. This is very, very important, of course, as I've said and stressed, looking at types of data that we collect, whether it's visual survey data, trap efficacy data, looking at the data and assessing the trap efficacy. Treatments, certainly we're looking at site assessments, the conduct of the actual treatments, and then of course the conditions centered around those treatments, as we also must comply with label restrictions, EPA restrictions, and environmental restrictions, as Aaron touched on. We also need to be able to collect that data as well during our treatment cycle. Treatment efficacy as well is very important to us. We are very aware and have seen firsthand where treatments have been very effective. And going back, we have seen some areas where we need to develop a little better efficacy with some of our treatment. But QA and QC is always a part of the process and important to understand and know how effective we are in assessing how effective our treatments are where we're conducting those. Harmonization of data standards for all states. So this is something we have a national standard, the national data standard for core data collection. And we really want to consistently stick with this standard across all states, across all areas that are affected by spotted lanternfly, whether you're part of the national survey or where you're part of the specific spotted lanternfly program state surveys, doing treatments as well as site assessments. It's important that we're collecting the same sets of data no matter what the location, again, so that we can do the analysis and really help us make best decisions, best practices on how we go forward with our control and management of the spotted lanternfly. And again, with the national standards, I will just mention the Domestic Data Improvement Initiative. Some of you are aware of this. Some state partners are aware of this. Some may not be, but this is spotted lanternfly this year for 2021 is part of the DDII. This is an improvement initiative that we have launched within PPQ, again, to bring all domestic data collection activities into one framework and under one set of standards, core standards. So again, we're really looking at improving the data that we collect, improving the quality of the data that we collect, and making sure that it's the best data and accurate so that we can get that data to important decision makers as we work through these programs. Next slide, please, Aaron. So detection and survey activities. One thing I want to stress here is that we believe that an employment of multiple tactics when doing surveillance or survey and detection, multiple tactics is the best practice. We shouldn't just focus on one being better than the other. We should look at the whole host of tools that we have available for survey and detection. And that includes not just the trapping, but that also includes visual, that includes use of public reporting, that uses quite a lot of survey tactics. Visual survey has been very effective, especially in newer population areas where people are out looking, the public is out looking, citizen scientists are out looking, and have alerted us to populations that, we didn't have traps up there or we were very unaware of until they reported it. So it's still a very important part. Visual survey conducted by either PPQ or partners or the public has been a very good tactic, and it's shown its value for detection. Circle traps. We've heard some discussion, of course, about circle traps. We feel circle traps are a really good tool that we really see as a good tool going forward. We have seen its efficacy and its use and placement, whether that is in a heavily infested area or a satellite area. we do see circle traps as a good tool for many to consider. We also look at sentinel trees. This is something that we are developing. Sentinel trees is something that's important, especially in our satellite populations. Sentinel tree use is something that we want to continue to use and develop and employ as a surveillance and detection tool. And then again, I mentioned public reporting. We've heard a lot of good information over the last several days, but public reporting, I just can't say enough. It has done great things through many of the states that are working with spotted lanternfly to mitigate spotted lanternfly. It's worked very effectively, and it's really really important that we include them and keep them at the table as we as a tactic as we develop these new survey tools. Next slide, please, Aaron. Treatment and control measures. So we talked some about treatment and control and ground-based broadcast applications. Of course, this includes the mist sprayer, the hydraulic gun, backpack application types, which really are effective whether it's the egg, the nymphal stage, or the adult stage, and is very versatile in our ability to use it in multiple sites. Again, it's not necessarily one measure fits all circumstances. We have learned that very much so over the course of this program. So we really are looking at broadcast applications for the most effective application type, but we also realize there are other times whether certain sites that are environmentally sensitive, certain are their egg mass treatments, things like that, that we're going to still be using backpack sprayers, hydraulic guns. We are going to be using those types, but maybe somewhat in a limited capacity because they're going to be site specific. But it is going to be something based on the site and based on the crew, the folks that are on the ground, and seeing what tactic makes the most sense. Of course, we talked about the chemistry, the pesticide chemistry that we've been looking at and been using, bifenthrin, beta-cyfluthrin, Bavaria, as well as golden pest spray oil for egg masses for ovicidal treatments. We've used these over the course of the last year and over the last several years as we've brought on more direct spray, contact sprays, and we're really looking at treating using various number of chemical tools to treat and mitigate and slow the spread or slow, uh, really suppress the populations and so the distribution of the spotted lanternfly. We are still including and considering herbicide treatments where necessary, sometimes removal by herbicide or outright uh, death or eradication of the host, or at least of the Atlantis, has been necessary. There are sites that removing those makes the most operational sense. Sometimes it also makes the best sense in terms of environmental considerations and not having to go back and repeat treatments time after time after time. So it is something that we continue to look at. Again, sentinel or trap trees. Aaron talked about trap trees. I mentioned sentinel trees. Again, we see this as a tool using dinotefuran as a tool that we can use, especially in areas, in the satellite population areas, in those areas where maybe direct treatment or broadcast treatment may not be an option. And again, it's site specific. Each state is a little bit different. We all have different rules and regulations per state. And we have to really find the best tool that fits the scenario or the situation. Next slide, please, Aaron. And in outreach, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because there's been a lot of great material over the course of the last day or so talking about outreach, but we really see the importance of outreach again, getting everybody engaged, especially industry, as we work with those high-risk pathway industry partners, looking at transportation, looking at nurseries and growers, looking at the retail distribution industry, high volume cargo industry. Again, general public has been very, very instrumental. And again, I think we've seen lots of great examples of how it's been used and some of the great outcomes that have been reported from the various partners and speakers over the last day or so. Next slide, please. And then research, again, focusing priorities on research, operationally looking really at the treatment tools and strategies. A little bit later here, you'll hear from some of our science staff that has been working on optimizing those treatment tools and strategies. We've certainly heard scientists talk about best uses of trapping, the different types of traps, and optimizing those tools and strategies. But again, we're really looking to effectively suppress the spotted lanternfly population, slow that rate of spread, and reduce that risk of movement. And that is really the core of our coordinating operations across all the states with all the partners involved. Of course, detecting spotted lanternfly and monitoring those populations is quite important. And then Aaron did talk and touch on biological control strategies, which would be something added. Of course, if we could develop that strategy, that would again be a great tool for many of us to be able to use, again, where chemical controls might not be the best option. And
Hi, Matt.
lastly,
Hi, Matt. We're right at 9:45.
okay. So at that, I will conclude and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt and Aaron. I will let you guys know we are out of time for this first presentation, so Q&A will have to be relegated to the Q&A chat box. And there are a number of questions there for Matt and Aaron to address. And I will also point out that there are some questions that have been moved to the answered section. Please review those as well. And if you guys have any additional comments for all participants here, if you have any additional comments, continue to make those there, and we'll continue to watch for questions that pop up throughout the day. We'll move on to our next presentation by Phil Lewis with our Otis Methods Lab in Buzzards Bay, Massachusetts. He's with USDA. He'll be talking about some of the control options that we currently have for the program. Take it away, Phil.
All right, thanks, Leo. Just wanted to go over a pilot study that we set up and used in order to support the PPQ's efforts last year as we just were figuring things out, and then going forward. A couple people in my lab, Emily Wallace is out in Pennsylvania, she's one of my technicians. And then also I had a summer tech, Melissa, that helped out quite a bit with the project. A few other folks, we had an arborist we contracted with out of Newcastle, and Dave Cowan at the Otis Lab also assisted with the project last summer. And then there was also a team of people that helped develop the protocols and the approach and provided resources. So shout out to them as well. So the basic approach then, like has been presented today, we wanted to look at when we treat with bifenthrin or another insecticide along a forestry edge. So that's why you see this diagram here. We had our plots set up along a road or a frontage area where the spray would occur. And then the basic outline would be to set up circle traps along the edge and then into the plot to monitor populations within that. So for the circle traps, and specifically, we tried to target Tree of Heaven for those circle trap locations. And then if those were not present or available, especially further into the plot, then we just selected it by preferred host, secondary hosts. So this is just a full diagram of our treated and control plots. They were paired up. We also had additional monitoring that we did, passive monitoring, besides the circle traps that you see here. We had tub traps, which is a watering tub, a 25-gallon watering tub that was set out in a grid array further into the plot, again, to monitor how much impact we're having on SLF further into the plots away from the forested edge. We also had the dots here are the survey points, which is just a stake in the ground, and then we would monitor, look for mortality within a 3-foot radius of that survey point. So these were established locations. And then after the first few sampling times, we thought we'd throw in another aspect, which is just a simple tarp laid on the ground. And those were put just along the edge between the other two sampling areas. So this is a satellite picture of one of those plots. Again, we wanted to have an edge or an access road to mimic what we would be doing along rail. And then we also required our plot compositions to be mostly tree of heaven because we wanted our host lanternfly to be there as well. So this is just a couple sketch on the diagrams of sketches of the plot layouts. You can see we had Atlantis, and then sometimes as we went further in, we had to grab a black locust or a cherry tree to put the circle traps on. We had two locations, so in each location had a paired plot for a treated and a control. We did hire an arborist, as I mentioned, and he just used their standard industry hydraulic equipment with a JD9 nozzle, which is industry standard. And usually we got up to 30 or 35 foot reach. So you can see there, obviously we're not getting way up to the top of the tree, but we're spraying all along that boundary area. We did 4 treatments. Every 3 weeks, we started in late July, and then that last spray was applied in late September. The circle traps were put out a week before our first application, and then before each application, we would reset all of the traps just for a baseline. So this is just a video, real quick video of the spray. You can see my buddy Carl there, he's backing away because there was a little puff of air that was bringing the spray back to him. So he just kind of worked his way along that perimeter on the treated plot. So again, here's a picture of the plot diagram. And what we did is we checked mortality and bycatch regularly, several times after treatment, and then for a week or so, 2 weeks afterwards, and then we would retreat. The trap and the tarp contents and the lanternflies, in again, as I mentioned, a 3-foot radius around those survey points. Bycatch was collected and put in ethanol, and then we've since been able to identify all those specimens to family. And this is Emily out in one of our plots along. You can see the edge. There's a guardrail here along this where you just saw Carl spraying, and this is one of those nasty tree of heaven with all the goo at the bottom, and this is one of our circle traps. So we have one of our survey points nearby and the tubs that she's sorting through. So looking at the circle trap data that we got, and this is over time, and we had 2 locations. This is Lebanon Valley College is one of our sites, and we had a treated plot and a control plot over time. And again, we sample these about every 3 weeks as well. And then there was also a second site at a college, high school, again, treated plot and control plot. You can see, especially as the season progressed, we got higher numbers of insects. Seems to be, at both sites, we saw some suppression at the treated plots as compared to the controls. And as you saw from the plot diagram, we had the circle traps arranged on the edge and then extending into the plot. So I wanted to show you those data where we separate that out. And what we saw was interesting, and it's typical for lanternfly. They're very spotty, and they kind of select where they want to, which trees they want to attack. And so you would expect that the edges, we would be getting a lower catch numbers. In the case of the control plot, we did, of course, there's not being treated, but it just highlights how even though these are the edge circle traps, we still got higher numbers than in the interior. And again, the reason for that is just because of the spotty, how just the selective nature of this insect, that it goes to certain trees and the populations can be quite high. So this is at the high school plot. The college data is here. And again, you can see the edges were actually higher for the treated plot, treated and control, and then edge and interior. Again, it's just where the insects like to congregate, and if they were on the edge where we had selected those edge trees, that's where we saw those populations. So if I could circle back down to that first slide again that I had already showed you for circle trap catch, it seems like we did get some suppression of the populations as compared to the control plots, which were within 100 yards or so of the treated plots. So circle traps really weren't, because we were sampling them every 3 weeks or so, it really was not a good indicator of population over time, since that varied quite a bit within the plot. And I think going forward next year, we will take some different approaches to assess populations and not rely on circle traps. The resolution is not there. Another aspect of the study was having different monitoring methods to look at mortality. The first is being these watering tubs that we had out. So there were 9 per plot. This is the data from the college, Lebanon Valley College, the treated plots. These are the survey points, which again is just a stake in the ground, and then we would search around a 3-foot radius around that stake. And this is the data over time, and then the tarps. And these, of course, these data are averaged divided by 9, since there are 9 watering tubs and survey points per plot. We only had 2 tarps per plot, but you could see that I think if we had more tarps, we would have probably had a little different result statistically, but I think either survey points or tarps are ideal for this work to passively monitor mortality. The watering tubs take a lot of effort to set up, and they're bulky, and it's just as easy to put a stake in the ground, much easier. So I think going forward, we'll focus on using either survey points or the tarps. So looking at the actual mortality data, this is data for the high school, which I'll show first. The red arrows are the actual treatments. So everything was cleared off before the treatment, and then a day or 2 later, mortality was assessed. The dark green bars are for the treated plot, and you can see the light green. We did see some natural mortality in the control plots, just dead insects that would fall out of the trees, but you can see at very low levels. And what I want to show here is, and point out, is that obviously we saw a spike in mortality right after treatment, and then that would decline over time within the next few weeks. 3 weeks later, we did our second treatment, and again, there was a spike in mortality that we observed, and then declining over time. But by the 3rd and 4th, we actually saw some level of sustained mortality within the plots, even several weeks out. And then even out into October, we saw that. And that's highlighted even more so at the next site at the college. So this is the data from the Lebanon Valley College site. Again, that 4 treatments, and the first 2 treatments, we see a spike in mortality as expected, and then that declines over time. But by the 3rd and 4th applications, I think we're getting some kind of sustained control as a result of those repeat applications. Other impacts, we did get obviously lanternfly mortality, and then we also had bycatch with a general insecticide like bifenthrin that's expected. We are still compiling those data. The one plot here at the college, you can see the corn in the background, and you can see a dirt road, a very compacted, hard surface. And we did see a lot of bycatch observed along that road. It was just very easy to pick them up and not get lost in the grass and other things that were elsewhere in the plots. It was interesting that even though we only had a few tarps in each plot, they generally caught the highest amount of bycatch, followed by the tubs and the sampling points. As I mentioned, bifenthrin is a general insecticide, so we saw a lot of different orders being impacted, and the most common families I listed there. So just to summarize then, we applied bifenthrin at the maximum labeled rate. We saw 2 to 3 weeks of efficacy, and we had those multiple applications, and as we applied more, we saw an extra level of suppression and possibly some amount of cumulative or increasing impacts. So the question is, will these applications impact spotted lanternfly on the population level? So that's something we'll be looking at in this next year. We'll do more intensive population assessments. The circle traps just were not sufficient to really gauge what the populations were doing. We obviously saw incursion of spotted lanternfly back into the plots following treatments from the surrounding areas, as would be expected. Also, late August, early September, we saw ideal conditions for adult lanternfly control with this method. And as I mentioned, that circle trap data, I think one, because of set locations, and then also 3-week sampling period, we just didn't have the sensitivity that we needed to kind of monitor and say this is what the population was doing, and that we had the repopulations occurring from the surrounding area into the treated plots. We didn't see any pattern between edge versus interior, and again, as I mentioned when I was showing the data, that just because of the clustering behavior of lanternfly, there's just no pattern there. As far as our ground sampling, we were able to detect the treatment impacts. Survey points and tarps are easy to deploy, and I think they're sufficient to tell us what is going on. We also saw quite a bit of mortality going into the plot, not just along the edges. So even though we're spraying just along that edge, there is some penetration of the spray into the plots, but not as much. But we do see mortality at all of our survey points that we had out. We went in probably 15, 20 meters into the plots, and we still saw mortality at those survey points and other sampling locations. So we plan on monitoring some of the sites that field operations will be putting out, and we'll be using some of these methods to do that and report back to the program and make sure that we're achieving our goals of control. Let me switch over to just a couple slides on our Sentinel Tree project. I've been involved with this for the last 3 years or so. And as has been mentioned, Aaron mentioned that they're basically toxic trees that we use to monitor spotted lanternfly on the periphery of an infestation, or where there's an area of concern, maybe a rest stop or other locations. So the project is we try to pick Atlantis trees, preferred host trees between 5 and 10 inches in diameter, and 1 to 2 trees per site, somewhere that we can readily and safely access and go back into those locations and collect data. And again, as I mentioned, areas of interest or concern along a railroad track or a truck stop or something like that. The trees are treated with maximum labeled rate of just a bark spray application of dinoteffuron. And then you can see that tree watering ring. It's a 25-gallon, I think it's used by the nursery industry as a kind of like a gator bag. It's filled with water, has small holes to drain water into a transplanted tree. But it was useful for us in that it would passively catch dead lanternflies that had been feeding on our toxic trees. So this is a kind of typical site, disturbed areas along the roadway, and you get a lot of spotted lanternfly along with their host tree, a tree of heaven, coming into those areas. So as we would want to check those and monitor, we do that every 3 to 4 weeks. Initially, we had just 4 states in 2018, and that has ballooned up to 10 states that participated this last year. We were able to deploy almost 160 sentinel trees, and I'll show a map in a second. We did have 15 positives, and these are all along the edges, periphery of infestations. And we're promoting it as an early detection tool. And another aspect is that we have an ArcGIS map tool that's available to state and federal cooperators. Many of those people are on the call today. So thank you for everyone that participated. And you can see that we added in this year, we added Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, and Ohio. And we also had a site out of the Pittsburgh infestation here. And you can see the positives that lit up in green here for our positive traps. Again, it's just a survey tool, and it's something that if there's a limitation in personnel and time, resources limitations, it's easy to set out and monitor even just once a month. Another aspect that I get asked sometimes in related to this project is how much insecticide is there and how long does it last? And that's something that I've been looking at for a number of years through my other research projects with Asian longhorn beetle. And when spotted lanternfly came up, and this was one of the application methods, we started looking at how much chemical residue is present in these trees. And we found that if even as early as May, a May application at the high labeled rate, we get a stable amount of chemical through September. We did try an early April application, and we found that the levels were quite a bit lower in August and September, and by July and August, I should say. And then by September, they had declined even to half of that level from August and September. So later application would be better. May and June would probably be more ideal for applications of this. And the reason for that is we see some year-to-year carryover, but it's quite low, maybe several parts per million, whereas ideally we want to see 10 to 12 parts per million with a typical application. And the reason for that is the residue values decline over time, that the chemical breaks down in the environment. And just as an aside, lanternflies are most sensitive to this chemical, dinotectron, a little less so to imidacloprid. And emamectin, for those of you involved with emerald ash borer, I tested that early on, and it actually has very, very little impact on spotted lanternfly, surprisingly. But that's all I had for the presentation, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Phil. And there are a number of questions in the question and answered box, so I will pull some from there. A couple of them are repeats. So right off the top here, how did the numbers of non-target insects killed compare to SLF and bifenthrin treatments?
How did the levels compare?
How did the numbers of non-target insects killed compare to SLF?
It was a lower amount. I mean, that would depend on how many lanternflies are present in your treated plots, but these plots were moderate to heavy infestations. So the primary insect that we killed was the spotted lanternfly. And so it was interesting that the tarp seemed to catch more of the bycatch. So we would go back the day after treatment and then about every week following. So between 2 to 3 samplings between treatments. And so we weren't there every day sampling. So I'm not sure why that is. Maybe some of the ground beetles and other things are carting off some of the dead insects to eat, and we just saw more of them on the tarps.
And then we have one here. It's from Alberto Marson. And if I get this wrong, Alberto, just retype your question and Phil can respond to that later. It says, do you have data after the 80-day residual? And he made a correction here. It said residual control days after the 4th application.
So that was at the end of the season. We started in late July and it went through our last, maybe I can go back to that slide. And then just show you. Okay, so here's the data. Here's both data sets. So our last application was at the last day in September, and then we monitored for another month. So, you know, as you see these numbers decline, the populations are also declining by the end of October. So I'm not sure, does that answer the question, Leo?
That's a good question. He'll need to clarify in the chat if he has any further update or further questions on it.
Okay.
He says thank you. All right, we do have one here. A couple of questions here on malaise traps. Sorry, I'm freezing up here. Oh, have malaise traps, canopy traps been used? If so, did they work?
You know, I didn't catch all of Joe's presentation on Monday. So I don't know. I mean, those are really good for Hymenoptera and Diptera and flying insects. They'll go fly up into the tent and then get caught. But that's a good question. I don't know if anyone has looked at that.
Okay.
I have not.
Cool. We have a question here from Brian Walsh. How did your population declines in the treated plots compare to the controls?
Well, that was the one thing that we struggle with, assessing the population level. So I think we'll be better served, instead of using the circle traps to kind of be our baseline for how the population is fluctuating over time. We just need to go into those plots and take time surveys at different locations throughout the plots and really assess it that way over time. We just didn't have the resources this year, and we thought that maybe this circle traps would be a good tool to use, but as it turns out, it just doesn't have the sensitivity that we need. So I think we need to have a different approach and actually do physical counts.
We do have one here from Matt Helmus. How do you choose the locations where to set up the sentinel trees, and why did you choose those states you chose, and why did you choose the particular locations? Okay,
that's a great question. Let me just go down to show you the map. So for instance, this big cluster here, those are my primary trees. I had about 50 locations that you can see that I'm circling here. And this, at the time in 2018, this is the far western edge of the infestation. So there weren't really any reported within those 2 counties that we were setting traps out. In 2019, we had our first detection of an adult in York, in the city of York. And that was coupled with observations from field operations, from public reports and things like that. So we kind of caught the first wave. And then what you see here, we had 15 trees or sentinel trees that were positives within those same traps in 2020. So we caught that initial wave. We kind of detected a little bit, just that one individual in 2019, and then by 2020 we had over 200 insects from our traps located at the same location. So as far as why we picked where we picked, I just was looking for cooperators. So I had a cooperator out here in Western PA that was nice enough to set out traps, and then PPQ, Avi out in Ohio, he distributed our traps, and they decided to spread them out all over. And same thing with New York. So that's how we picked cooperators who were interested in the project. We provide the information. Sometimes we provide the chemical and training, and then our cooperators would select where they wanted to put them.
Thank you. And we'll ask one more question here. I think we have time for one more, because Aaron would like to answer this question live if we can. It says, okay. This is from Ho Ping. It says, Phil, did you say the circle traps are not good in monitoring SLF populations throughout the season?
I wouldn't say they weren't good at monitoring them. They weren't good at the sensitivity we needed to say, like was asked already, you know, what was happening to the population in those treated plots, because we were sampling them every 3 weeks. I mean, I guess we could have done every week, but I think because of the spotty nature, we're only looking at circle traps in those treated plots. We only had 6 circle traps. So we had 3 on the edge and 3 going into the plot. So those are only 6 data points. So if we had more data points, more observational points, I think that's more valuable than, say, just relying on the circle traps for telling us what the population is doing in the treated plots. I think we just need more sensitivity, more data points.
Thank you, Phil. And Aaron, I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything.
I mean, we caught, if I could just mention too, as far as the circle traps, we caught thousands of insects in those circle traps. So catching them is not a problem. It's just that, as many of you know that have worked with lanternfly, certain trees are just very attractive and they'll just fill that bag up. So 3 weeks later, we have a full bag and we replace it, and then 3 weeks later, it's full again.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I noticed that Ho Ping had said in a later question, never mind, I got it. So that's why I cleared that question. So, okay. but I'm glad that you answered it live, because, you know, maybe okay. There were others that had that question.
Sure.
So.
Right,
yeah, I don't want to downplay, you know, the effectiveness of that trap. It just for what we wanted to do, I don't think it is valuable.
Excellent. Thanks, Phil. And so we are now a minute into the break period. We have a break until 10:30. I'll remind you, Phil, we do have some additional questions in the question and answer chat box. So okay. If you don't mind looking through those, and anybody else, as you have comments and additional questions around those that have been made already, continue to put those into that box, and we'll remind our presenters to answer. And you can make additional comments in the answered tab of those questions that have already been addressed. We will take a break here for the next 13 minutes now, and come back at 10:30 with our state-specific coordination section. And we look forward to starting at 10:30 sharp. So please come back then. We'll be starting at 10:30 with our state-specific coordination presentations. Thank you all. All right, we are at the 10:30 mark. Welcome back, everybody, from our break for the operations section of the summit. We're going to jump right in with the state-specific coordination efforts between the state and PPQ programs. And we'll start right away with Mike Hutchinson from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture on efforts in Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Mike.
All right, thanks a lot, Leo. Thanks, Brian, for organizing. Aaron Otto and Matt Travis gave a really great overview this morning, covered sort of the higher picture of what we're trying to do here with spotted lanternfly. So I think that gives me the opportunity to skip a lot of that and drill down really into what we're doing at the state level. So I'll just talk about a little bit about our surveillance and then get into our control methodologies that we used in 2020, and then talk about what we're thinking about for 2021. As has been said over the past 3 days, surveillance, public reports are really important for this pest because it is such a recognizable insect compared to some other pests that we've dealt with over the years. And they don't disappoint. They when they see the bug, they tend to report it, oftentimes because it's bothering them in on their own property. But last year we had 82,000 or so public reports. Now that you can tell by the orange pie in the top right, the orange color there, that the vast majority of those did come from the heavily infested area that we're well aware of. We're a little bit more, I mean, those are very important, and we can use those, give those to modelers and stuff, and that could be helpful for various purposes. But for us, we're even more interested in those reports that come from uninfested areas, and we follow up on every single one of those. We typically will hire 2 seasonal employees to do that in all 7 of our regions that we have delineated for the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. And one of their main responsibilities is to respond to public reports, and they're also doing visual surveillance as well and setting circle traps. Those 3 blue triangles are 3 offices. The one in the middle is our main Department of Ag office in Harrisburg. The one in the southeast part is one that we set up several years ago pretty much in the core of the population, so that we can get a good handle on it. And then that one on the left is close to Pittsburgh is one that that we just set up recently in the last maybe year and a half or so, when we discovered that population out in western Pennsylvania. So we have a presence there. We responded to about 2,000 public reports. We made a decision to respond to even ones that were in the newly quarantined counties. And maybe that was a mistake, because that really set us back, because some of those counties were lightly infested, but some were fairly heavily infested, especially the western part of the state. So that was a difficult challenge for us, but we managed to get through it. Continuous surveillance, between the USDA and the PDA, we had about 850 circle traps out there. Early in the season, we had sticky bands, but when the circle traps became widely available, we replaced all the sticky bands with circle traps for a couple reasons. To limit the non-target effects, circle traps are much better for that, and also just the ease of changing out the traps, and also from Joe Francese's data that they're just much more effective at collecting spotted lanternfly. So we kind of use them in a couple of different ways. Probably the main way is to put them in areas that we had low densities, newly found populations, and also areas where we had no known populations, to see if we can pick up our first one. And then also there were some heavily populated areas that we did set circle traps just to get some sort of a measure of the population over time and how it might have changed with or without treatments. And a third way we may use in the future is if we encounter areas that where we cannot use pesticides for whatever reason, and we may try to use them as some sort of a mass trapping technique. And we do have one location in mind for something like that into next year. Earlier this morning, you saw something very similar to this from the USDA. We're pretty much on the same page about the goals. The funding that we get from the USDA certainly would be in line with what they're interested in as well. And if you look through all, I'm not going to read them. You saw them this morning, but if you look through all of them, there's a common theme. It's transportation pathways. It's methods in which the insect can travel long distances, and then also the affected industries, which are probably the two most affected industries right now. Are vineyards and the green industry. So we want to make sure we're putting some effort into controlling populations near those areas as well. And this is basically just a framework. If other states are interested in using something like this is a good framework to start with. And then from there, you can maybe assign it some sort of a scoring system. We've done that here too. And it doesn't have to be the same across the state. It doesn't have to be the same between the PDA and USDA, but it's a good framework, a good starting point. so that you can delineate, if you get several hundred properties lined up for treatment, you can delineate the ones that are higher priority than others and have a game plan for treatment going forward. But you're probably almost everybody on this call is familiar with the methodology. This is the main methodology that we used in 2020. This is the trap tree method, where we killed large numbers of their main host, tree of heaven, and then left a smaller number of trees behind where we treated them with those with insecticide. And I'm not going to spend time on this because you're pretty familiar with this, I'm sure. But it can have a pretty dramatic effect. You can see on the pictures on the left there, this is just a 3-week time frame between treatment of all those tree of heaven on the top left, and then right below that, really wiped out those trees and made that a really inhospitable location for spotted lanternfly. So if that's right next to some sort of a transportation corridor, hopefully you have moved those spotted lanternfly at least some distance from that corridor, and then it reduces the likelihood of them hitching a ride somewhere. And on the right, the few trees that we leave behind, we would treat with insecticide, and it certainly does have a pretty dramatic effect. It can knock down large numbers of insects. So what we did in 2020, this is with this graph here just shows contractor work. So we had 12 contractors that we worked with throughout the year, and we treated this year about 100 and I think it was 135 or so thousand trees with herbicide, and a combination of herbicide and insecticide. So as Aaron mentioned earlier, there's millions of acres that are infested at the moment, and we cannot treat millions of acres. So that's why we have that prioritization scheme. We're trying to keep the bug from being transported as much as we possibly can. So we did expand our treatment options this year to include contact insecticides. One thing that we're familiar with is that the systemic insecticides, especially the dinotefuran that we typically would use for basal bark treatments, they don't really work in the fall. It's not the best time to use them. However, spotted lanternfly are still super abundant September and October and actively laying eggs. So you need another option to try to knock those populations down. So this is one that Dean Roush mentioned a couple days ago. If you were on the call, this is an Altoona treatment, and we found 97.9% population knockdown. This is with using bifenthrin here at the lowest label rate. So even at the low rate, it worked quite well. And Penn State was there to help us with the efficacy evaluation as well. So that was a joint treatment between PDA, Goods Tree Care, and Penn State was involved with that. And then I'll just talk about this. Here's another treatment. This is at a shooting range that has national competition. So there was a lot of people coming in and out from all over the place to the shooting range. And this is another contractor, Spotted Lanternfly Inc., that did this treatment for us. And they, again, a similar treatment, bifenthrin. This one happened to be at the mid rate and with a power sprayer, just like what you saw in the Altoona in the last picture. This, according to the contractor who's been dealing with spotted lanternfly since the beginning, he lives in the area, said this is about the worst infestation that he's ever encountered. And we did a treatment there, and I think it was September. Oh, I have it on there, September 14th, and that was about 16 to 18 acres. And you can see the blue lines there. It was all these edge treatments, and he's been doing a lot of work the traditional way, hack and squirt with herbicides, and also with the bark banding of dinotefuran, and he was very surprised at the effectiveness of this new methodology and excited about the possibility of reducing spotted lanternfly populations. So really, it went from one of the worst infestations he's ever seen to no more spotted lanternfly. And of course, it was late in the season, so that was probably part of the reasons why we didn't get any new recruits. That might have been a different case had this spray happened sometime in July or August, and there could have been more recruits coming from other areas, and maybe another spray would have been necessary. But this spray pretty much wiped them all out. And then we dabbled with this other type of application, a mister, or maybe you can call it a fogging application with this mist unit in the top left. You can see it sort of up close there. And this one happens to be actually on the rail line. It doesn't have to be that way. I included this picture in the bottom left from Leo. This is in Western Pennsylvania and Beaver County. There's service roads there as well, where if we can't get on the track for whatever reason, trains are running, too busy, whatever, there are lots of areas where these service roads run alongside the track. And that could be a potential option where you wouldn't need to be actually riding on the rails. But this methodology of riding on the rails and applying bifenthrin to the infested trees. And these sort of, as we all know, these corridors here where they're heavily disturbed, they're herbicide treated regularly, so you're going to get wall-to-wall tree of heaven and other types of invasives. So this is an area where we think we can do this kind of treatment and really limit our non-target effects as much as possible. And USDA was included with this treatment as well, not doing the spray part. We did that, but with doing the non-target work that was associated with that. So that was really helpful. And here's just the blue line there is the area. It's about 8 or 9 mile stretch that was treated with that method. But that's not the whole answer either. There's definitely some limitations to doing rail treatments. You can see them here. Oftentimes railroads butt up against rivers and other waterways, which causes a problem. And then in this image, the other side of the road, the other side has a road that's sometimes very close to the railroad. So if you're getting any kind of drift, that's a huge problem for the waterway. So that can't happen. There's certain stretches where treatments just can't occur with broadcast at least. And then the other way you don't want to be hitting cars with the spray either. So there's definitely stretches of railroad that could potentially be infested, but will be untreatable for various reasons. Plus, you cannot slow down a train. I mean, we're not in the business of affecting business in a negative way if we can at all possibly help it. So we don't want to interfere with any of the activities of the rail line. So that takes a lot of coordination, and is one reason why we want to recruit contractors that actually are used to this kind of work for doing herbicide treatments, and they're used to riding on the rails and doing those kind of treatments. And we can use those same companies because they're very good at coordinating with the rail lines and making sure they're staying out of the way and not slowing down those the cargo that's being transported. And then, of course, there are safety concerns, and sometimes it's difficult to get in and out of the rail properties to do pre-spray sampling and post-spray sampling. So it can be a little bit of a challenge. So it's an ongoing process that we have with communicating with the rail lines and trying to increase our level of control, at least along that business. It's not the only business that's affected by spotted lanternfly, of course, but it's one that we've noticed is an important one. I'm throwing this up here. This is what we in Pennsylvania we call a rate card, and when we hire contractors, this gives them an idea of what a job might pay. So we would have foresters that would go out and assess properties, and we would develop a map for the contractor, and we might indicate how many trees are being herbicided, how many trees need to be insecticided, and what the size range is. And then the contractor will go out and do the work, and we would typically follow up with quality control afterwards, make sure everything was done up to our specs. So this year, everything above, in 2020, almost all the work that was done was above that red line. Probably 95% or so of the work was doing this herbicide treatments to try to reduce the habitat and lure them into the insecticide treated trees. This year of the stuff that was done above that line, probably about 94-95% of that herbicide treatments was this one that's circled, the treating of 1 to 6 inch trees with herbicide. And the reason why that is so common is because, first of all, it's cost effective. It's the least expensive one, and it's mostly the tree sizes that we encounter out there. And then also some of the larger trees, not only is it more expensive to treat them that way, but we would save those for the insecticide treatments, the systemic treatments. In 2021, we think the majority of the treatments are actually going to be below this red line now. And much of that will be with broadcast spray. Now, all of the treatment options on this page are still available to us, and every property is different, and we're going to make our decisions based on the actual property. So, but we do expect to increase our level of broadcast treatments, both on rail and off rail, to try to get a better handle on the population control. Leo, how we doing on time?
Hi, Mike. We're time's up here. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. I saw your face appear, so I figured I was probably done.
No worries.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mike. And just a reminder, there are some questions in the question and answer chat box. Please review that as you're able and to answer that. And we do still have a couple of things that may be pertinent to other presenters. So please review both the open and answered sections in the Q&A chat box. Thanks, Mike. We'll move on to Saul Vaisunas in New Jersey to speak on behalf of the New Jersey Cooperative Program. Take it away, Saul.
Hey, Leo, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see this. So I'm Saul Vaisunas with New Jersey Department of Agriculture. You may be used to hearing the name of Paul Kurtz more often than mine. Paul does in fact do most of our presentations. He's our outreach coordinator for Spotted Lanternfly and Forest Pest Outreach and other stuff. But I am in fact in charge of the survey crews and the survey side of the state side of this project. So with that, I'll just go right into it. Brief history.
Were you sharing, excuse me, were you
Yep.
sharing a screen?
I thought I did I not? Let's try.
We're not seeing it yet.
Oops.
It happens.
Yeah. I can see. All right, how about? Oh, forgot to hit the share button. Tell me if you see it now.
Yes. And if you want to go to presenter mode, we'll be all
Yep.
set.
Okay, how's that?
Perfect.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Okay, so slide 2. So a brief history of spotted lanternfly in New Jersey. If you go back before 2017, we did actually conduct some basic surveys. We knew what was going on in Pennsylvania. We would go out to stone yards, places that imported stone from Pennsylvania, high-risk areas. In 2017, Paul Kurtz had an actual funded survey, again, high-risk areas. No SLF populations were found. There might have been 1 or 2 hitchhikers, but in 2017, you could not find spotted lanternfly in New Jersey. In 2018, we had our first detection. It was a true population, not hitchhikers. This was in Pohatcong, New Jersey. That's in Warren County. By the end of 2018, we had 3 counties with SLF populations, which is Warren, Hunterdon, and Mercer. In 2018, that expanded to 8 counties. And in 2020, we have found populations confirmed in all but 2 counties, which is Ocean and Cape May. And there has been hitchhikers and stuff there. Actually, Ocean might change soon to having it as well. So you can see how fast the spread is now. What I'm going to show next, this is a map created by Rutgers University, Dr. George Hamilton. The reason I'm showing this, so this is based on reports of spotted lanternfly. And you can see there's 2018, 2019, and 2020, so it shows the spread nicely. I think a map like this is better at showing where the true populations are in our state. If you show a county level resolution map, something like you'd see in Naples, it would look like the whole state is covered in spotted lanternfly, but actually something like this really shows more accurately where the spotted lanternfly populations are. I think it's fair to say that the populations are heavier to the western side of New Jersey, closer to Pennsylvania from where it all came in. But so anyway, that's the map. Again, this is reports. This is not actually, not each one has been investigated by us, but I believe it's a fairly accurate representation of where spotted lanternfly is. A good example would be if you look at Monmouth County. Probably don't know what that looks like, but I guess there's no pointer. You know, the lower left-hand corner of Monmouth County had a population, so it turned positive in Naples. But I've personally been throughout Monmouth County, and on the eastern side, you really can't find it yet. Let's go on. So funding for spotted lanternfly in New Jersey, there is no state funding for this program at all. We operate entirely on federal funding. So because of that, our priorities are determined using federal guidance. And the one thing I'll stress is that really in New Jersey, there's just one program with one set of priorities. USDA and NJDA, we work closely together on everything. It's not two separate programs. So survey crews, state and federal, as I said, one program. The state has 26 hourly workers, which includes 4 team leaders and 22 field workers, and 1 permanent employee, which is me as the supervisor. On the federal side, there are 21 salaried employees. I think my numbers are off. Anyway, there's 14 technicians, 4 PPQ officers, and 1 supervisor. That 21 number is actually a little off. I apologize for that. So these, now what I'm talking about right here is for the state employees. So they're all hourly workers, and they are limited therefore to 944 hours of work per fiscal year. When they run out of hours, of course, we keep them year round. They have to be transferred over to a temporary agency so that they can continue working. It's the only way we can do it. We don't have the option to do something like a limited appointment with a salary and things like that, which makes it very difficult. That creates challenges. We get a high turnover rate because of that. We're always hiring. We lose team leaders to better jobs. Everyone on our staff, they have to drive their own personal cars for a reimbursement of 35 cents per mile, which you'll note is much lower than the federal rate. And that's set by the state. We can't change that. Because of this, our staff will not transport pesticides. Nobody has a dirty pickup truck they're willing to use for this. So we're limited to having PPQ do all the pesticide transport, which is another reason why we have to work so closely together. Our staff does not have an official uniform, although some outreach t-shirts and some other shirts, long sleeves and short sleeves, have been created, say SLF staff or something like that. And that's difficult because, you know, if you're approaching a homeowner or property owner, you're in your personal car, in your personal clothes, and you have to convince them, yes, I'm a state government employee. And the best thing they have is, you know, an ID card dangling on their neck. Only the team leaders have state government phones and emails. Now we're working on getting this for everybody on the staff, but that's also important, especially during COVID, because we're trying to keep people working separately. A lot of people are working remotely, trying to do property assessments. And, you know, when you email a property owner or give them a call and, you know, it's coming from a personal email, that seems fraudulent, doesn't seem like real government. So we are working on that for all our staff. Okay, so state employees again, still, the state is divided into 2 teams, our state workforce, a northern team and a southern team. The dividing line for that is Route 195. So if you look at that New Jersey map there, you see a little star that says Trenton, that's our state capital. And you see the horizontal red line moving eastward from that. That's Route 195. So our southern team stays below that and our northern team stays above that. So each of those teams has 2 team leaders and 11 team members for a total of 13 people per team. So we have 26 people statewide. If you think of it this way, there's 21 counties in the state. So, you know, it's barely more than 1 person per county. Very hard, not enough people to do everything we'd like to do. Our employees are based out of their homes. They get in their personal car and drive to the site, and then they drive back home. So only our team leaders have access to the office and our storage and things like that. Pesticides are stored in a few locations throughout the state. Some federal stuff, Rutgers lent us a space, but they're not everywhere. So there's a lot of driving just to cart the pesticides out. So winter work, what we're doing now this time of year, obviously property assessments, finding property owners takes a lot of detective work. If you're trying, you got a priority area and you're trying to do a quarter-mile buffer zone, trying to figure out who owns each parcel is a lot of work. And again, a lot of that's being done remotely now because of COVID. We used to always knock on doors. Now it's more like phone calls and emails. Again, we're trying to get signatures on treatment agreements. A lot of that's being done through email. They're doing egg mass counts and scraping, obviously. Grid surveys are being conducted. As I mentioned, COVID is complicating things. We're trying to keep people working individually, not working in groups, or if they are in groups, they have to be socially distant, wearing their masks, etc. if they're in outside only, obviously. All of our staff are pesticide operators at this point. We worked hard on that, which was again tough during the COVID year to get everybody on as a pesticide operator. As most of you know, when this program began, all the treatments were being done by by contractors, and now we're doing all the treatments. So it was tricky getting all the required hours done and things like that. Priorities. Our priorities again are aligned with the PPQ priorities. You heard all about this earlier today, so I won't dwell on it. But we're trying to mitigate damage to high-risk crops like grapes and nursery, trying to stop or slow the spread of spotted lanternfly, working on high-risk transportation and commodity pathways, including rail, transit pathways, intermodal trucking, shipping operations. When evaluating what's a high-risk area, we consider the SLF population and the presence of Alanthus as factors. Priority areas. So vineyards, we have 28 in the north, 31 in the south, with 59 statewide. High volume shipping areas looks like 111 statewide, more in the south, obviously 44 and 98. Rail yards, 10 in the north, 7 in the south, 17 statewide. And ports, there's only a few major ports, right? But 4 in the north, 10 in the south, so statewide 14. So for treatments, again, you heard all this earlier. It's the usual stuff. Federal and state working together closely, again, because my staff couldn't even bring the supplies in. So the feds would bring in the pesticide and the spray equipment. Tree treatments this year were, herbicide, hack and squirt and foliar, and insecticide sprays. Right now, they're getting started on the oil for the egg masses. In the future, we'll be trying to get into what you already saw being done in Pennsylvania, the broadcast treatments, the bifenthrin, et cetera. We have not done any of that yet. Surveys, like in other states, visual surveys, obviously, trapping with the circle traps and the sentinel traps. Sorry, I don't have a nice map of where all the circle traps are. I wish I did, seeing Pennsylvania's. We're issuing permits, obviously. So it looks like about 4,500 permits have been issued in New Jersey total. 1,603 in 2020. to 127 businesses. So far this year, 146 permits have been issued. I'll also mention that our reporting website is being updated. Up till now, reports, I don't have a slide for this, but reports were being done via phone and email. And now they're going to be going through a website in 2021, more similar to what Pennsylvania has. So I think that'll be excellent.
Oh, really?
Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. We're right at, or sorry, Saul. We're right up against the your time limit here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if you guys would like to hear more, both from Saul and from Mike earlier, then feel free to reach out to them and do follow the questions in the Q&A. There are no additional questions listed there at this moment for you, Saul, but there is one here from Mike. And I do want to remind those that are in the presenter link to make sure that your phone's muted unless you're the presenter.
Is because maybe I can just redo it.
Mike, we're hearing you through the system here. Just to let you know. All right, so we will move on to. Thank you again, Saul, for your presentation. We'll move on to Tina McIntyre with the Virginia Department of Ag and Consumer Services. Take it away, Tina.
Is my slide showing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So here in Virginia, we have a lot of cooperation and collaboration. USDA, PPQ, Virginia, and VDACS, we work very closely in setting the goals and what areas will be treated and what treatment product will be used, also where we're going to survey and where we're going to set bans. So work very closely together. We also have a lot of other collaborators. Virginia Cooperative Extension is one of our biggest ones. Eric Day, who's an extension entomologist and runs the Insect ID Lab, has taken on a bulk of the public education portion of this. They've set up a great website. He's written a lot of publications for us, including a management document that we refer citizens to all the time. He is very integral in the citizen scientist portion of our program. He also allows, he also has a reporting portal for citizens, and he is involved heavily with our training and our training site for permits. So we are very indebted to Eric's dedication to this. Mark Sutphin is the extension agent at Ground Zero in the Winchester, Frederick County area. And he too has been remarkable with what he has contributed as far as education, helping citizen scientists, collecting citizen reports, transferring those reports to us in a way that we can use them. And just remarkable at being out there and looking and letting us know of sites that are expanding our generally infested area. And he also helps us with getting agreements signed and getting to the right county administrator when we do expand. He is very helpful with getting us contacts for the right people. We collaborate with Department of Transportation on treatments in their right-of-ways. And we also, as you heard yesterday from Lori, we have a very collaborative relationship with Department of Forestry on this insect. We do work with county staff from all over the state, and this could be urban foresters, county administrators, it could be PR people. We just try to make sure that the counties know what we're up to so they can forestall a lot of the citizen questions that we may have to handle if they can't. And then of course, there's all these other businesses and other entities that we deal with, like the National Park Service, state parks, and environmental groups that help us with our surveillance and with letting us know when there's been an encroachment on their properties. So as everybody else, we base our program off of our banding and visual survey data. This is a map of all our visual surveys for the 2021 survey season, and we'll keep adding to this as we go. If you take away all of the negative sites, these are the positive reproducing populations in the state of Virginia. If we hone down on that, the Frederick County area where all this blobby reds are, that is Frederick County, and the city of Winchester where our original core population was. Over the end of 2019 through 2020, we started to do surveys in the adjacent counties. Mark Suffin, the extension agent up there, was, I think he was taking his daughter to ballet or something, I'm not quite sure, but he surveyed some tree heaven tree in the downtown Berryville area, and he found a positive reproducing population on the railroad track. And then our staff just followed the track down, and that's what you see, this line in the Clark and Warren County it is representing, is just positive egg mass finds or adult finds right along the track and the road that follows the track. This isolated population over here, Eric Day was leaving Winchester and stopped at a gas station, a big truck gas station, and was looking at some tree heaven along the parking lot and found some at this site. We do think we can manage this site pretty well. It's a row of trees around the lot, and then it's just nothing but farm fields, and we scraped egg masses like crazy here. So I think we're probably pretty good on hopefully eliminating or reducing this from moving out. At this Page County site, several egg mass sites were found along the railroad track and a logging company that's right in here. So this was discovered by our plant inspection inspector that was doing a logging and a log yard inspection, and decided to drop a visual survey and found these. And this Augusta site is a rest area where another one of our plant protection inspectors had set up a circle trap, and it's going southbound, and found some adults. And then when he took the trap down, he found egg mass underneath that trap. So of course, our population data drives our regulatory activities. So we expanded to Clark and Warren counties this year. So along with the city of Winchester and Frederick County, we now in mid-March, our commissioner or our deputy commissioner, since our commissioner has moved into the Department of Ag, we will be expanding this quarantine. So we will be doing typical banding and surveying. We do have 3 USDA PPQ staff that are dedicated to SLF in the generally infested area. We also have 6 VDACS staff that are working there now, one of which is a full-time employee who's the field coordinator, and he started in September, and thank goodness, because he has been able to direct the staff much better, and we're accomplishing a great deal more since he's been in place in the generally infested area. We also have 15 VDACS plant protection inspectors and 3 regional supervisors that work on surveying and banding throughout the state. We target high-risk areas that include rest areas and railroad beds. As you can see in this picture, this is our rest area in Augusta County, where we have found some SLF, but also want you to realize this is a railroad track right here. And so we kind of, and this is I-81 here. So we do have sort of the perfect storm for us to find SLF in this particular location. We are still killing SLF when we find them as much as we possibly can physically. We will be banding as everybody else will be. The thing that we are going to try some different traps this year. We did buy a bunch of this bug barrier, so we'll be using this, especially in the area where we're bumping up against spotted lanternfly. So bumping up against Rusty Patch Bumblebee. So we will be trying some different traps in that area. Also, our USDA PPQ staff, they seem to be having trouble with the circle traps clogging up at the aperture. So we think that they'll be developing, or they are developing, a different type of circle trap with that aperture. So we'll have to see how that comes out. But they were having so much difficulty with the sooty mold on the aquarium bag and on the jars that they just are trying to find a different situation. So hopefully something they work out will be a little more effective for us. The other thing that's happening is that we're cutting the bands in half. Instead of using the full width of the bands, we're cutting them longitudinally so that we catch less long targets. Our VDACS inspectors, like everybody else, will be using circle traps from July through December throughout the state. One of the other things that's happened in 2020, especially in Winchester area, in our core population, our staff started to set up some sticky bands that they were using for localized control. They would change them out every 3 to 5 to 7 days and try to keep the localized population really low, so there was less movement out of the high population areas, and provide some very small localized control. Our treatment goals this year are, as everybody stated, we're trying to target the outlying populations to limit the spread, and we're also targeting some high risk sites in the generally infested area so that we can slow the spread. Our staff are obtaining permissions and surveys, and we're doing evaluation and identifying properties that we want to treat. I got 2 minutes. I'm going to go really fast through all of this. We are still moving things physically, removing things physically. We are going to use golden oil. It's finally labeled in Virginia for 50% egg masses. We are having some difficulty with whether it's being, how effective it's being. So we're participating in the egg mass egg mass experiment, egg mass treatment study that USDA is doing. And we also will be expanding our oil treatments to the first through third instar nymphs with 3 to 5% oil treatments, and as long as we can still spray them before they move away from our sprayers. We will be using dinotefron on trees. The USDA PPQ staff will be doing that. Last year, they noticed that the dinotefron trees weren't killing anybody after, or weren't killing SLF after 2 weeks after the treatment. So we got with Greg Parr and Phil Lewis, and they sent in some leaves to be analyzed. The results were so unexpected that we're going to continue with sending in samples to Phil to try to help figure out what's going on with the kill rate that we're seeing with the dinotefron treated trees. We will be treating tree of heaven with triclopyr. We met with our VDOT cooperator, or our transportation, Virginia Department of Transportation staff this winter, because the label for Garland allows for treatments during the dormant season, and we wanted to try to expand our ability to treat outside of the April through maybe August treatment period. So we're going to go with some treatments starting here in March to see if we can be effective at treatments outside of that window. We started using bifedrin. Leo, am I done?
Yep, time's up, team.
Oh, okay.
No worries. Thank you. And there are no specific Virginia questions in there, but Sarah Lalk does pay you a big compliment in doing a great job with collaboration and outer detection limits, or outer limit detections. So good job, Virginia. All right, thanks again, Tina. And again, you can continue to answer previously asked questions, make comments, that kind of thing in the Q&A. And we'll move on to our last presenter for the state-specific coordination section, and that's Frank Buccello from the New York State Department of Ag and Markets. Take it away, Frank.
Okay. I just got my screen up here. Okay, do we have it now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. My system's a little sluggish today. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Leo. And I'm Frank from New York State Ag and Markets. This is our plans for this year, but first I would like to go over a little bit of what we are actually working on, the situation we're in now, because that's going to determine how we'll be reacting. Some of our discoveries last year in Orangeburg, New York, was probably the second largest find we had. Orangeburg is in Rockland County, just north of New Jersey. We had found this just off of a parking lot for a box store. And a lot of contractors come here using their pickup trucks. So we're still not sure, was it introduced by major cargo or just local population going for home improvement materials. In December, we found actually probably over 246 egg masses. We were able to destroy them. We found more than 50 adults. Again, just the fact that we could not reach them, we were not able to get rid of all of them. If you could see on these maps, the red dots are where we found the actual positives, and each one of those circles going out is a quarter of a mile. So we've gone out to 3/4 of a mile to try and isolate the fringes of the infestation. In Ithaca, this is in sort of central New York, and this is a concern because it's near the Finger Lakes region, and this would be the wine vineyard country. December, we were able to identify 26 egg masses, managed 11 adults. The interesting thing about this is this was found at a parking lot for automobiles. So we're finding a common thread in some other areas with that same situation. Sloatsburg, this one is right off of the New York State Thruway. It's a travel plaza that is frequented by both trucks and automobiles, and it was found right off the travel plaza. We went back in January, found 17 more egg masses. So we're pretty sure that this seems to be isolated around that travel area. We've gone in all directions around it, have not found it to have expanded further. In Westchester, right along the Connecticut state line, we're going to be doing some intensive surveys there. As you can see, we have surveyed there. We have not found any positive finds yet, but we, again, will be going back very shortly. Now, Port Jervis was the interesting area. Port Jervis is right at the junction of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, and we thought this was going to be the entry area where we would actually have a larger population, but oddly enough, we've only using traps, we found 1 nymph, 9 adults, 3 egg masses, and they're not all in one local area. They're spread out by a half a mile, 2 miles in every direction. Again, this is another area we will be going back to. So we're not finished with that. Long Island City in Queens, found 2 adults in December. We discovered an egg mass in January. It's right across from Manhattan and not too far from the next one, which is Staten Island. As you can see, Staten Island, and to the right of it is Brooklyn. That's not even a full count. When we went into a grid and we found any type of a positive, an adult or an egg mass, we would mark the grid as positive. So Staten Island is infested. It's thoroughly infested. So we are going to have some work ahead of us for that area. Now, we have done a lot of the ground surveys. We were continuing them, as you can see, in January. Unfortunately, since this is our first real winter in a number of years, there's a snow cover on the ground. And some of these areas had up to 2 feet of snow still on the ground up to a week and a half ago. So everything has been put on hold, and we're just now starting to get back out. Next week, we'll be going to finish our surveys in Ithaca, hopefully a week or two after that, the snows in Port Jervis and Orangeburg will also be diminished, and we'll be able to start going back in there, which we will be hitting with crews of anywhere from 10 to 15 of our inspectors and doing 100% inspections at every possible place we can get to. What we're doing in the meantime is we're trying to expand our outreach, contacting local environmental groups, any type of agency that's willing to spread the word. The municipalities have been very cooperative with us, actually putting it on their town and local websites to alert the people that we're there and also to tell them what to look for. As has been the past experience with us, and seems like everybody else, is the reports from the public are really helping us because they're telling us where we should look next, because there is no way we could ever watch every one of these areas closely enough. Regulatory inspections, if we do find areas where there are a lot of trucks parked, a lot of cargo being moved, we're going through alerting the owners of the area or the management of the area. Check your vehicles. If you see anything like this on the background, on the tires, wheel wells, everywhere, just try to look for as much as you can identify anything like this. We are also going in and doing any checks, again, along the thruway near that Sloatsburg area. There's a tandem trailer parking area. We try to go there and check all the trailers to make sure they're not bringing anything in. What we have done, and this seems to be working for us and is a big help, we have a multi-agency approach, and we have biweekly calls with a number of different state and local municipalities. You can see we're using the PPQ, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. We have the Department of Transportation for both New York State and New York City. Parks departments, again, for New York State and New York City. We have the New York City DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, and Ithaca Forestry. They're all working together. We all share our information. We're letting them know what we're doing. They're letting us know what they are doing, so we can work well together and have a centralized area to get the information. We do use the same products. We're using a lot of Esri, whether it's Collector, Survey 123. It's easier for us to see what everybody else is doing. They can see what we're doing. We can see what they are doing. It allows us to go into that, having other people assist us from outside the specific program. We always mention the PRISMs, the Partnership for Regional Invasive Species Management. They are able to help us because by them looking at some of the areas we cannot make it to, we can actually concentrate our resources in the high priority areas to try to contain what we know is there. The PRISMs and other groups will be able to alert us if there's something that is happening, something just occurring, and we can take it from there. Also, during these calls, we're able to get a good idea, and we're, again, keeping all our information in one spot. We're able to find out who has what assets, what is available to us to use if the time, not if, when the time comes where we actually have to do treatment, what we have available, who has vehicles, who has trucks, who has storage areas, personnel that might be able to assist, anything of that nature. So we do have a list, so we know what could be readily available when that time comes. Yesterday, I know Ethan Angel and Brian Eschenau, were talking about this citizen scientist program that they have set up for New York State, which is great, between Ag and Markets, Environmental Conservation, and New York State Parks, actually asking the public to volunteer to help us. They're using the IMAP invasives system, and we have been holding training webinars for the public, both on Atlantis ID, live stages spotted lanternfly, giving them the background where we can be reasonably assured that what they're seeing is something we need to know. And it seems to be working very well. We've started it already. We've received a really good response from the public as far as joining us and assisting us with this. As I mentioned earlier, the PRISMs, Partnerships with Regional Invasive Species Management, they're all statewide, are helping out on monitoring and reporting. And this is, it is an extreme help for us because we are just limited with the number of eyes we have out there to find any signs. As you've seen, sometimes we get reports from the public, not accurate, totally accurate, but it's something that we have to keep going after. and to have more people out there knowing what to look for and reporting to us what they find, it's something, it's invaluable. And that's it. So any extra set of eyes we get out there is definitely going to help us. Next, as I said, the weather permitting, we're hoping that the warmer temperatures that we have now are going to continue. As I said, next week, we're finally able to get back out in Ithaca. Within another few weeks, we'll be out in Westchester and the Orangeburg areas. So I'm hoping we can actually get a full 100% survey done in these areas so we know what exactly is there. If and when we find out our funding, what type of treatment we'll be able to do. Okay, we're using the multi-agency. We're going to continue with the traps around the currently infested areas to see if it's expanding. Plus, we're going to identify new pathways into the state or where any else we may suspect it may show up. I see we've got 2 minutes left. The management plan, as I mentioned earlier, what we're at right now is we're depending on the funding. When the funding comes in, we do have a risk decision matrix that we'll figure out where our resources are, where we can most efficiently apply them, depending on our funding, to take care of the high priority areas. When we do get the funding, we'll be able to make those decisions, and we're hoping that comes sometime soon. And just in closing, thank you to everyone that's been working with New York State. Everyone's been so cooperative and helpful. PPQ, the multi-agency partners, Cornell, the Integrated Pest Management, Northeast and New York State. And for the New Jersey program, they've been wonderful sharing information with us, helping us along the New York-New Jersey border, and just continually updating us with some advice, because this is our actual first year of getting involved in treatment and infestation. So thank you again to New York, New Jersey. And if I neglected to thank anybody else, thank you very much for all your assistance. Anybody has any questions or in the future you need to contact us, that's my phone number, my email address. Feel free to give us a call. We'll be more than happy to help you out and share what we know. And with that, again, once again, thank you. And I think I've just about reached the time limit.
Thank you, Frank. Very good, right on time. There is a minute here for some questions. I do want to point out, Mike Hutchinson, if you're still on, you can maybe answer this question for live on the group here. We have a question that says, does your pesticide right-of-way department handle the applications?
No, we've been typically using contractors that have done treatments in other locations as well to do that kind of work on right-of-ways.
Yeah, this is Tina from Virginia. That is the same for us. Our Department of Transportation does have a contractor that they use for vegetative management, and we're trying to work with them to do more tree of heaven control. But as far as the treatments that have occurred on the right of way in the past, it's been the USDA contractor in 2019 and 2020.
Thank you, Tina. And we do have one question for you, Frank. Will contractors be used for treatment application in New York State?
That is part of when the funding is received. It is under consideration. A definite answer hasn't been arrived at just yet, but it's an option that we're keeping on the table.
Very good. Thank you. All right. And so we will go on to our final topic here for the operations section. Liz Wills is the geographer or GIS specialist with the USDA's PPQ's Spotted Lanternfly program, based here out of Pennsylvania, but working on behalf of the whole program. So Liz will be sharing on our data collection system and some of the updates that are coming down the pike here. So Liz, go ahead.
Okay. Can you see everything? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So yes, my name is Liz Wills. I am the GIS specialist for USDA, dedicated to the Spotted Lanternfly program. I am based out of Glenside, Pennsylvania, one of our field offices, but I support all of the SLF infested states. And so today I will give kind of a brief overview of our data collection and how and what we're using our data for. This will not be a training by any means. So for my USDA and state cooperators, that'll be coming in a few weeks. But as you guys have probably heard over these past 3 days, and especially from Erin and Matt this morning, data and data collection is super important. Our data collection is pretty much threefold. Our field staff are out in the field doing data collection, and the data that they are collecting is then guiding them on their day-to-day work duties. And then secondly, our data is then feeding into dashboards, and that is informing our upper management on kind of what is going on, and then they can make decisions based off of it. Whether that's for budgeting, for planning for next year, ordering materials and such things like that. And then our data gets pushed into the research and modeling that we heard about on Monday. So our data and the data collection is really important. And it's important that our data is accurate, that it is useful, and that our data collection tools are user-friendly. So I will talk a little bit about what tools we are using and how we get to our field staff using them in the field. So we have multiple teams that work on our data collection tools. First, I like to start with our data steward team, which is mainly Dave Kowalski. He has worked really hard on the data framework within the DDII, which Matt mentioned earlier, which is the Domestic Data Improvement Initiative. And through that, he has come up with this data framework for every pest program. And the data framework incorporates our core program data. It is our program core data and the operational data. So we have this data framework, which allows every pest program within PPQ to pretty much be on the same page with what we're collecting, but we can also send this data framework out to some of our people outside of PPQ. So if groups outside want to partner with us and collect data on their own, they can take this data framework, make sure they're collecting the right data, and then send that data back to us. So from that data framework, each season we go through and make sure that the data we are collecting is right. We might have to make some changes. And so some of those changes might be new treatment options. It could be new traps. So we create this data schema for each season based off of that data framework. We take that data schema and we make sure that our supervisors from both USDA and our state cooperators are okay with the changes that are making. We test them. Then I work with our end user tools team who are in charge of our mobile data collection tools, which includes Rick Chubb, Mark Crane, Vladimir Rusinovich, and Jenny Sauer. And we publish the schema into data layers. We publish them into ArcGIS Online. And then with ArcGIS Online, we can publish our maps that are then used in our mobile collection tools. I will say that this year we are moving from ArcGIS Online to an enterprise portal, actually an APHIS managed one. And this will allow us to collect some of that PII information about homeowners, their addresses, their contact information that we can't do in ArcGIS Online. So I'll stick with ArcGIS Online for this example. So we publish our maps, and then our field staff use ArcGIS Collector on either their iPads, their iPhones, any type of tablet that they have. And so I wanted to give an example of, actually 2 examples of what this looks like on an iPhone or iPad. So here is our visual survey for Pennsylvania. We can work both online and offline. When we work offline, this allows our people who are field staff who are out in remote areas to get very good GPS accuracy. But if we are working online, which is the example that I have here, we can look and see what everyone is doing in Pennsylvania, whether that is USDA or PDA. All of us are working off of one map. So here we have, on the left-hand side, we have kind of the overview of the state. We can see everything that's going on, all the visual surveys. And then in the middle here, this is when we zoom into the neighborhood. This is actually my neighborhood. And we can drop a positive, negative, or undetermined visual survey point. And then here is on the right-hand side here is the pop-up that we see and all the data that we collect for each visual survey point. So then I wanted to give another example because I think this survey is pretty cool and how it's put together. So for our trapping survey, we have both trap sites and trap activities. And you'll have one trap site with multiple trap activities happening at that trap site. So on the left-hand side, we have one trap that was put out probably sometime in July of 2020. You can then see all of the fields that they fill out, what type of trap it is, what lure they're using, some of the site comments. And then here we have the trap activities that are done at that trap site. So they empty the trap sometime in late July, and then they remove the trap. And then when they go and do an activity, they also have to put in some notes about that activity. Here, the pest status is negative, and we also ask for the population counts for each of our life stages. So then this is a lot of what I do. We can pull in all of those data layers into ArcPro, and we can manipulate the data. We can create some static maps. This is just for Pennsylvania, and as you can see, there is a lot of data. So processing gets kind of hard. So we can also open up a specific layer. This is our visual surveys layer, and take a look at all the fields that they fill out when they are out in the field. We can filter by population density. We can symbolize off of the population density. We can also take a look at what host trees they are finding spotted lanternfly on. But both of that map view in ArcPro and the table here are really not a good way for our management, upper management, to take a look at the data. So that is where the dashboards that I mentioned before are used for reporting. So here is our national SLF status dashboard. Like I mentioned earlier, all of our states' data are separated into different data layers. So Pennsylvania has a visual survey, has a trapping survey, treatment and assessment survey, and then New Jersey has the same 3 maps. So we have a lot of separate data layers, and they all need to be combined for this dashboard. And thanks to Derek Witt, who's out of Fort Collins, he has done a lot of the background processing and put this dashboard together. So this allows upper management to take an overview of what is going on with the program. Here on the left-hand side, we can filter by the date, we can filter by the state. Then we have some of these key metrics for our visual surveys. And then we can also see what's going on over the past 3 months. What's really awesome about these dashboards is that we also have an interactive map in here. So it is the visual surveys are clustered, so we get kind of a brief overview of what is going on. But as the season progresses, these clusters will change. And you can also zoom in and get down to your site-specific visual survey locations. And then down here, we have a few different tabs for the dashboard. So we have treatment activities and site plan activities. I don't have a slide for that just because treatment isn't really going on right now besides our egg mass treatment. But I did want to pull up, this is another tab. This is our national survey data for states that are outside of the SLF infested region. So we have states who are doing SLF surveys when they have a chance. Maybe they're out in the field doing surveys for another pest and they see that, oh, this is a great chance for us to survey for SLF. It also allows them for planning purposes in the future. If SLF does spread there, they know what locations they can go back to survey. We also have another tab for Otis trapping, but I wanted to end the national SLF dashboard with our railroad data viewer. So we pulled in all the railroads, the intermodal locations, and this is really great. I think at some point we may want to build upon this to be able to take a look at where our SLF detections are and be able to kind of plan based off of this. So that is kind of a brief overview of our national SLF dashboard, but we also have state-specific ones. This one is for Pennsylvania for 2020. Once our new layers for 2021 are built, this will have to be updated. But you can kind of see we have some of the visual survey data, and then we have more stuff about the property assessment and treatment work. And so during the SLF season, our supervisors from each of the states have to give a weekly report. So they can use this dashboard to pull out those numbers. A lot of them are also keeping track of their treatment numbers while they're going through treatment. So they can also use this to cross-reference with the numbers that they have. And so, like I said earlier, data collection is threefold. So we went through our data collection in the field, how that gets put into our dashboards for upper management to make decisions. But then our data also gets put into all of the research and modeling that we heard on Monday. And so here I just wanted to give one example. This work was done by Kevin Bigsby. And so he took our 2017 survey data along with, I believe, some other key metrics, I believe transportation pathways, population density. And then he came out, you did some modeling and came out with this 2018 spread likelihood. So then the same thing happened. They went out, our field staff went out and surveyed during the 2019, 2018. And then that data was then put in to build this 2019 spread likelihood. And you can see some new areas pop up. And then the same thing happened. They went out in 2019, and we came out with this 2020 spread likelihood. And so our data collection is informing all most of the modeling and research that is done. So it's really important. And I just have a few more things to go through. I kind of want to end off with some of these with a cool map, since I'm a huge map nerd. So earlier, Erin mentioned about SLF interceptions on Japanese beetle inspections on flights to California. In this map here on the left, we have it's symbolized by the number of interceptions by airport. And then I went through flight data to figure out where there's origin airports, where there's origin airports were. And so, this map doesn't do a great job. So then I made a spider map or linkage map so that we could see the direct flights to their end destinations. And so we found that there are quite a lot of flights that had SLF interceptions on that were outside of the SLF infested region. But then I went back through the flight data, and we found that almost all of them made stops in the SLF infested region, mainly the Lehigh Valley Airport, Philadelphia Airport, Newark airports. And so, this data is really important for us moving forward, because it confirms that airports are an important location to do treatment on. It also gives us an idea of where we should be doing surveys outside of the SLF region. So these airports that had direct flights, they may still have live SLF on it. We don't really know at this point, but it's good for planning in the future. And so I just wanted to finish up with some of the new tools that we are working on for this year. One is we would like to publish a public story map, which can be done through ArcGIS Online, to release an updated population area map. I know there are some maps out there, whether it's from New York IPM, and some states release their own maps. But I think it'd be great for USDA to be publishing a map, though it won't be site specific, because we don't want to release that information. We don't want to pinpoint a certain business that is infested with SLF, but we would like to have kind of a better view of the population area. And then the second has kind of been touched on by Matt earlier today. We would like to make an application that pulls in a lot of the modeling, the public reporting sites that each state has, along with some of our priority area mapping, which will help with long-term planning and to direct our field staff. So that is kind of a brief overview of our data collection. If you guys have any questions, you can always put them into the chat, or I am always open to talking mapping, data, whatever. So thank you.
Thank you, Liz. We do have time for questions, and we have a number that have been popping up in the question and answer chat box. I'll kind of preface a little bit of this just because Liz and I work closely on data. She is kind of our development side and making sure that we get things put together. And I help with some of the decision making and direction and that kind of thing. So there are a number of tools, a number of reporting tools that we are looking at for this season to expand. We feel like we're getting pretty close to the collector being where we want it to be, and so a lot of new changes coming this year with where the collection data is being housed, the system that's running it in the background, and also looking at some changes that Esri's putting out with the field collection system. So that's all going to give us a lot more functionality, things like being able to collect the information of the property owner and communicate that to our field staff more easily. That kind of thing is on the table going forward with some of these changes that are coming through. And then also that reporting side, there are a number of tools that have been internal so far for PPQ, and those that have, from the state side, that have been granted access at a state level. We'll be continuing to expand on what that looks like for stakeholders and cooperators. But more importantly, I think we're going to be able to publish this year more of a public interface where we can tell more of a story of what's going on with the program. So Liz will be working hard on that this year and putting together some good things. So one of the questions that we have here asks, would we be able to use the linked activities function for other maps and layers besides traps?
So we could. We have talked about that, especially for some of our treatment work, but I think for this year, we are going to stick with what we have done in the past. You know, it's always an option. And I did want to mention, so I can actually, for Ethan, this past year, I had started working on a workforce application for Pennsylvania. We just didn't get it pushed out in time. For this season, we would like to put together workforce with our collector. But we do know that Esri has put out a new field application, which will replace collector. So ArcGIS Field Maps is out, and eventually they will incorporate workforce into that application, but right now it's not. So we figure for now we're going to stick with ArcGIS Collector. We will work on getting workforce application out with the ArcGIS Collector, but eventually Field Maps will take that over and we'll have workforce incorporated in it. So we're excited for when ArcGIS Field Maps is kind of in its final iteration, but right now it only has some functionality. The other problem is that ArcGIS Field Maps is not FedRAMP moderate. So because we are moving to our enterprise portal, we can't use ArcGIS Field Maps just yet.
Thanks, Liz. Are there any other questions that you may have? We have about 5 more minutes until the lunch break. If you have any other questions, please go ahead and ask them in the Q&A. Or if you're a presenter and have the ability to turn on your mic, you can also ask that way.
Hey, Liz, this is Phil Lewis, and you've helped us with our Sentinel Tree application map, and also I know the Circle Trap application. So just a question to clarify. So my impression is that if there's a state, let's say New Jersey, that is putting out circle traps, they could be using that map application, and then as a result of having access, they can look at a map and see where their traps are deployed. Is that right?
Yes, they can. So all of our states should have access to your trapping maps, and they can also then pull it up in ArcGIS online to take a look at the map to see it. They could also pull it into their own separate map. They could pull that layer into their own separate map and pull in some of their other trapping layers too, to take a look at kind of where they have traps deployed, not only for Otis, but for kind of the field operations side of it.
Okay, and then how about historical data, like if they wanted to look back at 2019 or earlier?
We have all that data available. Well, it's still in ArcGIS Online. We could make layers that are basically turned off from editing. So we could do that. We can make them available. I know kind of for each season, we've been pulling the previous year's data and bringing them into the maps, but we can make kind of every year available. We would just have to.
So you could wrap up a year, say 2019, says here's your data, and then it's just fixed points.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
I do see a couple of questions that popped up in the chat box. They should be, please go ahead and move those over to the Q&A, and then they'll be visible to everyone to be able to make comments on and bounce questions off of. I'll go ahead and mention them here so that we can provide responses when they do come up. This one's more for probably some earlier presenters. Is Canada coordinating with US border on SLF? Probably looking at our counterparts with US border protection. I think that's probably an Aaron question from policy. Also, there was one here. Let me scroll down a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just a hand raised, no comment or question given. Any other questions? We do have time for one more question if somebody has one.
Leo, did you want me to answer the Canada question?
Sure.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let everyone know that our trade directors in PPQ work closely with Canada, with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, CFIA, and they consider SLF a quarantine pest just like we do at ports of entry. I'm not aware of any active or any populations in Canada, and I can't speak to what their response would be if they got it. But again, with some of the models that we saw on Monday, there is a question about, if they got it, would it survive Canadian borders? So as far as we work closely with them, we share information. We share information about our current program goals and treatment activities and survey activities and all of that. But as far as I know, there are no populations in Canada.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, and we are right up against noon. It's time for our lunch break and the end of the operations section for the summit. Thank you to all of our presenters this morning and throughout the summit. Great job with your sharing your information and answering questions as they've come up. If you have remaining questions you'd like to ask of our panelists, please go ahead and put those in the Q&A while this section is up. I think that I'm not sure how it'll work after this session's over this afternoon with stakeholders. If those questions will still be there for our presenters to respond to, but wherever those questions do end up, we will be following up as a group to make sure that we get responses to all questions asked. So please do continue to ask them. You can also reach out to any of our panelists, and from a program standpoint, if you're not sure who to contact, I'm sure that you can contact either Matt Travis, Aaron Otto, or Greg Parra from the cross-functional working group through PPQ, and they can direct you to the most appropriate person to respond if you have no other avenue. Thank you all again for your attention here during this set of presentations. That concludes our operational section. And this afternoon, we will be moving on to stakeholders and impacts there. And that will be moderated by Jay Liskevich. please make sure that you're back on right at 1 o'clock for that section. Thank you all.
Thank you, Leo. And just to let everyone know, the questions will remain up in the Q&A for the entire day.
This is Dana Rhodes, Pennsylvania Department of Ag. Welcome. I want to remind everyone that the Q&A is for any questions that you have. And please put your questions there. We do monitor that, and we will be checking it. And Jay will be our facilitator this afternoon. And we are excited to have our stakeholders and have them talk about what they do to prevent spotted lanternfly in their industries, what it has meant to their industry, and or concerns that they have. So Jay, I'll let you have it for this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dana. We will be starting with Sam Filler. Sam serves as the Executive Director of the New York Wine and Grape Foundation, which is the main trade association responsible for statewide investments in research and promotion on behalf of New York wine and grape industry. He has previously served as the Director of Industrial Development for the Empire State Development, New York State's Chief Economic Development Agency. In that role, Mr. Filler worked closely with the alcoholic beverage industry and policymakers to implement Governor Cuomo's craft beverage initiative. Mr. Filler is a graduate of Lead New York program and serves on the board of the Cornell Agritech Advisory Council, the National Grape Research Alliance, the Wine Market Council, and the Empire State Council of Agriculture Organizations. So Sam, whenever you're ready, go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay, and thanks everyone for having me. Just a little history. The New York Wine and Grape Foundation was formed in 1985 by New York state law to respond to a crisis in the wine grape industry. At the time, there was a couple large manufacturers that were seeing a decline in their market share, and in turn, they were buying less and less grapes. And we also had the emergence of a lot of small farm wineries who were many former grape growers for the larger manufacturers and may have started their own winery operations. They didn't have the resources to promote their own products. So we were formed to serve as a generic marketing agency or association for those winemakers and to also invest in viticulture and enology research. And so we've been around for 35 years. Our mandate also includes representing the juice grape industry and the table grape industry. So we cover a pretty broad spectrum. And I thought it might be best to provide context of our industry. So, fortunately, we haven't seen the arrival of spotted lanternfly yet, except there's been, I think, a few spottings in Staten Island, Hudson Valley, and in Ithaca. And I believe I saw there was a report in Yates County. So, we're very concerned about this pest and its very likely emergence in New York State. And so just to give you a little context, the data you see here is based, at least the acreage data is based on the 2017 NASS ag census from 2017. And then all this economic and jobs data is from our own private economic import report that we commissioned last year. So you'll see that there's just over 33,000 acres of vineyards planted in New York State. That includes juice grapes, table grapes, wine grapes, and we have 470 licensed wineries in the state. An important thing to note about that is the majority of those licensed wineries are classified as farm wineries. That means that they have agreed to use a 100% New York State grapes in their wines, and they're very dependent on our in-state grape growing industry, and many of them are estate wineries themselves. We have an overall 6.65 billion direct economic impact for the state of New York, and we support almost 72,000 jobs. And if you're wondering what's included in that jobs number, it's wine manufacturing jobs, wine wholesaling jobs, wine retailing jobs, juice grape manufacturing, juice wholesaling, grape juice wholesaling jobs, grape juice retailing jobs, association jobs. So people like me or folks that work for wine trails or they work for other regional wine or grape marketing entities. We have also research and education jobs, which were defined as extension agents or folks that work for Cornell Cals, tourism jobs, and then vineyard jobs. So what I did is I went ahead and separated out 3 regions: the Hudson Valley, Finger Lakes, and the Western New York Grape Belt, because those are really all the major grape growing regions that are adjacent to Pennsylvania, where the threat is the greatest right now, and most likelihood that the pest would emerge first. So you'll see here that the Hudson Valley, while it's only 1% of the state total, Orange and Ulster counties, which are quite close to the Pennsylvania border, they represent almost 73% of what's grown in the Hudson Valley. They support almost 3,000 jobs. So, many of the wineries that are located in this region do buy grapes from the Finger Lakes and Long Island and other regions of the state. But many of my members in this part of the state are very concerned, especially since the spottings in Rockland County and Staten Island are quite close to them, and this would really devastate the small amount of acreage planted there. I'll just flip down to Western New York really quick. So you'll see here, it's really Chautauqua County is the leading grape growing region in the state. And that is primarily Concord grapes that are grown there. There are wine grapes that are grown, but this is, Welch's territory, Growers Co-op, and that's 52% of the total grapes grown in the state. And I think that those growers are well aware of this potential pest, and that would have serious consequences for our juice grape industry. I think of more consequences really what could happen in the Finger Lakes. So you'll see here that the Finger Lakes represents almost 1.82 billion of direct economic impact, and this is really our primary wine grape growing region. And so you'll see here I highlighted these 6 counties, which are sort of the southern part of what's considered the Finger Lakes region, and where already in Tompkins County there was that one sighting in Ithaca. So while it's not a lot of acres of grapes, it's still a significant region for grape growing, and you can see in terms of the number of direct jobs there and even the economic impact. I think where the greatest concern though is what would happen potentially in Seneca and Yates County, where 3/4 of the grapes grown in the region are there. And I think you might be looking at Ontario County and wondering, like, why is there a direct economic impact, almost 408 million, and they're supporting over 4,000 jobs? That's because Constellation Brands is located in Ontario County. They have a processing facility in Canandaigua, and they are a major buyer of New York grapes. And now that is a facility owned by the E.J. Gallo Wine Company. But if you're looking at impact, the potential devastation of vineyards in the state would have a direct effect on that processor. So one thing I would point out is, I know some of the impacts that have happened to the Pennsylvania vineyards is, well, the spotted lanternfly excretes a fluid that gets on the grapes and causes damage to them. So when they're fermented, it does not make a commercially viable wine. I think the greater concern is the damage that's done to those vines. Do they need to be replaced? At least for the folks in the Finger Lakes region they're just grape growers. They don't also have a winery operation. They've already experienced over the past couple of years loss due to frost damage, declining prices for their grapes because of the impact of COVID. It hasn't been easy for them, and so some of them may choose to exit the market because the cost of the vine replacement is just not worth it over the long term. And just the Finger Lakes it's not just a critical region for the wineries located here. It's a critical region for a lot of other processors across the state. So I'll just, point out like Cortland, you see that there's no acres of grapes reported in that 2017 ag census, but yet there's still 147 jobs supported in Cortland related to the wine industry. And that's likely because there's, a few licensed wineries in that county that are buying grapes from neighboring counties. I also wanted to note that I think there's almost 150 wineries in this Finger Lakes region, which represents a quarter of all licensed wineries in the state. So, this is a really significant economic engine for many of our rural communities, and the potential effects of a spotted lanternfly infestation could really be damaging to this industry that's been around for almost 200 years in the state as well. So that concludes my remarks.
Okay, thank you, Sam. At the moment, I don't see any questions for you in the Q&A. Does anybody have any questions that they want to post quick for Sam? Okay, so
I don't know if it's helpful, but I'm happy to share this document I put together with you guys so you just have this data.
And we did just get a question from one of our researchers, Heather Leach. So she says, generally speaking, vinifera is more likely to be sensitive to spotted lanternfly damage and often less hardy to winter damage. Do you think there could be a marketing shift for more hybrids, wines, et cetera?
I think that there would be, from a kind of industry political perspective, there'd be a sizable number of wineries and growers not happy with that shift. From a commercial and broader perspective, there's greater acceptance of hybrid grape-based wines, even in the New York City market. So it definitely is a viable option, but there's many of our top wine producers have made their name on vinifera grapes, and they really are not inclined to pivot to other alternative grapes.
Okay. Okay. Well, that looks like everything we have for you, Sam. So thank you very much for your time. If you're able to, the Q&A section, if any questions do come up, you can check that.
Sure.
If you can hang around for a little bit. And yeah, I'm sure we would love for you to share that document if you'd be able to. If you want to get in touch with Brian with that, we can share it out that way.
Okay, sounds good.
And I have one last question before we transition there. How do you feel the grape growers that are part of your association, do they feel like they're prepared? Are they aware of spotted lanternfly? Just the general feeling out there about this issue.
Maybe Chad, who's following me, might have a better answer to that. I guess before COVID, when I was able to get out across the state, I've been quarantined in my home, and I don't know how seriously the average grower was taking this issue. I know that Cooperative Extension was in their coffee pot meetings or their tailgate meetings were distributing the little kind of business card, how to spotted lanternfly thing. I think the industry maybe felt like it didn't catch the bullet in 2019 and sort of wasn't at front of mind in 2020 because COVID was more of an impact. So my impression is that it's not being taken as seriously as it should.
I kind of got that sense.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, with that then, thank you again, Sam, very much. And Chad, if you are ready, we'll go ahead and if you want to get everything loaded up on your side. So a quick introduction. So Chad Henderson has been with Lakewood Vineyards for 17 years. He's also worked in just about every area of the company with a focus on production. He's also taken an active role in sales and is currently in the role of wholesale manager for the entire company. Mr. Hendrickson has advocated for the New York Grape Growers Association, the New York Wine Industry Association, and the New York Farm Bureau, and has done work for wine and grape-related issues in both Albany and Washington, D.C. So thank you very much for joining us today, Chad, and if you're ready, go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon, everybody. As was stated, I've been with Lakewood for 17 years now. Lakewood Vineyards started in 1952 as strictly a grape growing outfit, 25 acres. We grew Concord, Niagara, Delaware, and a little bit of Aurora, all used for juicing. In 1988, we established ourselves as a winery, and in 1989, we produced our first vintage, roughly 5,000 gallons. Since then, we're growing 15 acres or 15 varieties of grapes on 90 acres. Last year, we crushed a little over 400 tons, which was a light year for us. On average, we do about 500 tons. We also are a custom crush facility for other wineries in the area. We produce about 52,000 cases on 23 different styles of wine. We have 23 staff members employed by Lakewood Vineyards. We're distributed throughout New York State. We have about 380 wholesale outlets that you can find our products. We've hit a number of major awards, both nationally and internationally, for Rieslings, Chardonnay, Cabernet Franc, and other wines, sparkling wines that we produce. Through the years, we were and still are a major stakeholder in organizations such as the New York Wine and Grape Foundation, the New York Wine Grape Growers Association, Farm Bureau, and others. And to answer the question about spotted lanternfly, it's something that on the grape growing end and the winemaking end, we're very concerned with. We've seen a number of issues come our way from Mother Nature. Typically, it's weather related, obviously, cold snaps when we don't need them, droughts when we don't need them, limiting the volume of fruit that we can obtain in a particular year. And we see spotted lanternfly as being at the top of that concern list. That's really, I apologize that I don't have a lot prepared for you, but I hope that I would be available to answer questions for you. So that's kind of what I have. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chad. We'll give some folks a moment here to ask some questions for you.
Chad, could you speak to what the average grower in the Finger Lakes, are they taking it seriously, or?
Yeah, I think so. Sam, I think you're right that 2020 kind of put us all in our head. We were focusing on how to sell wines in the midst of a pandemic, and everything else kind of fell to the wayside. That being said, in years past, spotted lanternfly has been the top of the list of conversations at the Sunset Tailgate meetings that we have through Cooperative Extension. And the fact that it was found in Tompkins County, which is roughly 15 miles away from our vineyard, is deeply concerning to us and other grape growers here in Schuyler County. We are not sure necessarily what actions we should take to mitigate any issues. I'm sure it's something that we're going to have to be reactive to rather than proactive to. But yeah, it's a real concern. So.
So Chad, kind of on that note, what you were just talking about, so a lot of questions have been coming up. So as a grower, what do you think are some of the most important things you need to know about spotted lanternfly? Has that information been given to you?
We at Lakewood try and stay on top of information coming to us from the grape program through Cornell Cooperative Extension, and we have found quite a bit of information about spotted lanternfly from that. I think what would be most helpful to us would be reiteration of what to look for, and what to do once we find it, if we find it in our vineyards or in our area. I know that information has been readily put out, but to just reiterate that information over and over again would be helpful. So.
Oh, perfect. Do you feel like the industry, particularly in your area, are you prepared to treat for spotted lanternfly? Do you have the chemicals you need?
We are prepared in a limited fashion. I think that the chemicals that are available to us are readily available. I think the concern may be more cost-wise. As Sam pointed out, a lot of the grape growers in the Finger Lakes, specifically in Schuyler County as well, had a couple of rough financial years, and to add cost to growing fruit is really not something that they're willing to do. So, it may be available, but it may be cost prohibitive, I guess is my point.
Yeah, definitely. So Heather Leach had a question related to that as well. So based on what you've seen so far, we heard you say that the first find was about 15 miles from where you are. Are you afraid that the issue could be maybe a bit overblown at this point and causing some panic? And when we talk about that, do you think people are acting too early, potentially removing trees, things like that could be costly ahead of time when there's such a small population found at this point?
I don't necessarily think that we're overblowing it. I also don't feel that it's we're doing mitigating practices that are unnecessary at the moment. I look back at the emerald ash borer, and at first that wasn't taken very seriously, and we can see where the end result, from that and what had happened. I think that it may be still slightly on the back burner for a lot of grape growers' minds, again, because of the pandemic and trying to navigate our way through that. Those of us who also produce wines and trying to sell those wines, that's absolutely our focus at the moment, trying to get tourists back in the area in a safe way. Those kind of things are really at the top of our mind. But, if there are practices that are going on that are going to alleviate one more issue that we have to deal with, we're 100% on board with it. So.
No, that makes perfect sense. Speaking of your customers, are you planning ahead to do some outreach once you get folks back in your vineyards? You got to talk to them about spotted lanternfly, things like that?
Yeah, one of the things that we're working on at Lakewood Vineyard specifically this year is a walking tour of our vineyards. In 2020, the guests that we had to be careful about how many folks we had in the winery at a specific time. So our bonded premise allows us to have people enjoying a glass of wine on our lawn. And we thought we would extend that this year by doing a walking tour through the vineyards. And while they're making that they're taking that tour, we're going to put up signs and information regarding issues that we face in the vineyards and what they're looking at. And spotted lanternfly is certainly going to be one of those stops for people, because it's certainly a concern for us. So, yeah.
Yeah, a good question came up about the possibility of tourists potentially transporting lanternfly from one vineyard to another. I assume that's something you're looking into as well.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily what we as a winery can do to mitigate that. We see a lot of guests through our vineyard. On a good year, we'll have 650, 750 people on a Saturday alone through our winery. So, crowd control is kind of our main focus, largely at that point, making sure people are safe. But just having the information available to our guests that this is a real concern is something that we're certainly willing to work on and take part in. I'm not sure if we would necessarily be the instigators of that information, but for example, if there is a postcard that we can hand out to people, or a sign that we could put up in our parking lot, those kind of things we'd be happy to do.
Well, and I also think if there's electronic materials that we can get out there, and the wine trails really have the big consumer lists, and they're promoting to those folks, and so they could put that in their communications. Because I sort of agree with Chad. Like, ideal situation, like it'd be great if all the wineries could check people's cars, but I don't think that they probably have the manpower to do that, and that's just another added cost. So, I think Chad's suggestions of on-premise signage and then, working with the wine trails and us to do some type of messaging to consumers.
Yeah, I think Sam's on point with that. To reiterate, when we have 650 people that are, walking through our winery in a day, all hands on duty and staff, we're swamped. There's no other alternative for us other than to focus on what we're doing at the time. But to Sam's point, the Seneca Lake Wine Trail Association or the Long Island Wine Trail Association, those agencies have a pretty good mailing list and I'm sure would be happy to, spread the word about the concerns regarding spotted lanternfly.
So this is a question that's kind of for both of you, but maybe directed more towards Sam. Are you expecting that there will be any, a bunch of questions just popped up. Will there be any economic incentive from the New York Department of Ag and Markets for control that might go to vineyards?
Well, it looks like Chris answered that, and
okay,
yeah, I think that's really an Ag and Markets question.
Gotcha. So in general, going back to our New York wine grape growers investing in new acres for the future, have you heard that spotted lanternfly concerns have caused growers to avoid planting new vines?
I haven't really heard that that's a specific reason why they haven't planted, but I'm sure it's on the list of negatives, right? To fall back on, the I wouldn't say financial crisis, but what may seem to be looming a financial crisis for a lot of grape growers that are not specifically affiliated with a winery. I'm sure that that's a concern that they have. And I bet it's on the top of their list. I can think of a few grape growers in our area that have talked about planting specific varieties and then kind of pulling back on acreage and minimizing acreage because of lanternfly, as well as other things, right?
Are you currently doing insecticide sprays, and how often are you doing them?
We at Lakewood don't do insecticide sprays. To be truthful, insecticide sprays are really unpopular with guests. And that question is raised consistently in our tasting room. What is our spray program? What chemicals are we spraying? When do we spray them? Those kind of questions are really important to people. So if we can avoid insecticide sprays, we will. I can't think of the last time we sprayed an insecticide in our vineyards. I want to say it was probably well over 8 years ago. If we have big issues in the vineyards, sometimes we'll just let it ride because it's better for us to maybe not have a heavier crop in a vineyard and be truthful to our guests that we didn't spray. So.
Yeah. Great.
That, if I may add to that though, I guess thinking about spotted lanternfly, I think that policy would change. If it's a pest that has the capability of damaging the majority of our crop, obviously we're going to do something to mitigate that. So.
There's a few more questions that have popped in. Some are more directed towards the treatment side of things, which would be more questions from New York. So I'm going to go ahead and pass those for now. Hopefully someone can answer. Are there any other questions or concerns that you wanted to broach? Either you, Chad, or Sam, if you want to jump back in.
I don't necessarily have a question, more of a statement. I think that I'm glad that you guys are taking this so seriously, and I hope that you understand the position that we may hold as a winery, in the fact that we are focusing on keeping the doors open, quite frankly, and we realize that this has the potential of being a large economic impact, but it's not the one directly facing us at the moment. So with that being said, we really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. finding potential answers for issues that may come up to us. So when it does hit us in a way, we can just rely on this research and this information. So thank you.
I did, and I saw in the comments here, it says VA is doing a great job on collaboration, and that there was a presentation done with vineyard managers in Long Island. So we're always happy to provide a platform through our membership list to host a webinar like this, where, I think proactively offering ways that wineries can help stop the spread and, be aware of how to help their guests stop the spread it would be very helpful. I mean, I'll just say I'm not a scientist, so, I really, obviously part of my job is to help protect the industry, but I don't know enough about this, and, but I can just kind of serve as a conduit to make sure the information gets out there and the industry is aware of how serious this issue is.
All right. One final question for you guys would be, would you be willing to share your contact information? If so, if you could just put that in the chat for all attendees, that would be great for some folks to reach out to you. There have been a lot of great comments in the Q&A section as well, like you said about Heather's presentation. So yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we would be happy to continue helping out with, as best we can moving forward.
If I could real quick, I was just reading John's question about putting traps in the parking lot. That I think that's something that we would be willing to do. I doubt guests would hamper with it, as long as there was appropriate information surrounding what it was and why it was there. We would be happy to do that. So
great. Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, both of you. It looks like Sam has joined us. So, I'm sorry, Steve has joined us. So we're going to go ahead and move along. Great. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Certainly. Steve, if you're on the call, can you unmute yourself and come on?
Tell them who you are. Steve Derstein, Peaceful Valley Farm.
Yep, there you are. So I'd like to introduce Steve Derstein. He joins us from the Peaceful Valley Tree Farm, which is a family-owned Christmas tree farm here in Pennsylvania. He has been involved in the green industry since 1987. Growing through the ranks, Mr. Derstein is now the owner of a 250-acre farm that ships nursery stock through the Northeast and as far as Illinois. He also owns a satellite farm in southern Lehigh County, close to the epicenter of spotted lanternfly, and has been working closely with plant inspectors from the Department of Agriculture for the past several years, and currently has a compliance agreement with PDA. With that, Steve, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for having me. Yeah, so as you said, I am where I am in this stage of life and doing what we do. Been familiar with spotted lanternfly for several years now. Have done everything we need to do to comply to be able to ship trees. Have learned the life cycle of the pest. Have shared that with all my employees and my drivers, and familiar with what we need to do to ship outside of the quarantine area. Have learned a lot through trial and error how to treat this pest and keep it under control. And so that's where we are currently. We're a small, at 250 acres, we are a small operator. So I'm involved in all aspects of the business. I am not a speaker. I don't prepare things for situations that I am currently in, but we do ship in a short period of time from the the date of inspection, we have the compliance agreement, and we implement everything that needs to be done to be able to ship our product. And any questions from there? I'm a lot better answering questions than presenting any kind of presentation. How's that?
Steve, this is Dana with Pennsylvania Department of Ag. Thank you very much for joining us. I know you work very closely with Karen, your inspector.
Yeah. Yes.
And you mentioned that you've learned by trial and error things that work and don't necessarily work for controlling spotted lanternfly. Would you mind sharing some of those things that work best for you?
So, couple things I've learned over the years, over the decades, is sometimes there's products out there that are very effective, but are not labeled to use. So, fortunately, we have not been in that situation with spotted lanternfly. So a lot of the things, we spray periodically throughout the year for various pests. A lot of the product we use is 7, which is carbaryl, or Lorsban. I'm not going to think of the proper name of that. So currently, what we spray for other pests are effective on the spotted lanternfly. So that's a good thing. And then there's been talk about Lorsban being effective on the egg masses. There needs to be a little more research on that to see how effective that is. And then there's some systemic treatments you can apply. There's various ways to control this pest. One thing I have learned since my with my understanding of this pest, you can kill it pretty easily. And you can ban the tree, you can, ban the Elanthrus and whatever and catch them, and you can spray them and kill them. The one thing I can't do is go to my neighbor who has countless Elanthrus trees growing up to his property. And a lot of those grew up due to a tornado that went through here, I don't know, 6-8 years ago. I am east of his property. So the wind blows to the east. So whatever he has, I get. So I can treat my product, I can treat my property every day. I know the compliance agreement. I know what I have to do, and we do it. I can walk in my front door to go home at the end of the day and have 5 lanternflies laying on my sunglasses and hat. And I don't know what to do about that. Sorry if I'm getting ahead of myself, and I don't have an agenda here. What I'm letting you know is I am doing my business motto is Peaceful Valley Tree Farms, quality, honesty, pride in what we do. I do things right. But I'm 50 years old now, been doing this my whole life. I'm getting to the point where I have to throw my hands up because there's certain things I can't do anymore. So I'm sorry if I'm out of line. I'm speaking myself. And Dana, anyone, if you have any questions, please feel free to go from there.
No, Steve, appreciate the honesty. We need to hear this. You have states that currently don't have spotted lanternfly in big populations, and you have states that have large populations to deal with. And I'm sure you are not the only grower with these thoughts. So thank you. It's very important that we share your concerns.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just going, what types of outreach could we do that could assist you with your neighbors? I mean, do you see that more of being received better by extension or by the regulators?
Well, let's view this from the neighbor standpoint. Do I want to be confronted by somebody in publicity, or do I want to be presented by somebody from education? And what, if I was a neighbor, what have you done to help me? What are you trying, as a neighbor, what are you trying to do to me? Because a lot of my neighbors, we live in Pickville, wherever. We have rights. This is America. We have guns. This is my property. You can't do anything. That's the mentality of the general area in which we reside. So I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a naysayer. I don't mean to be negative. I know my neighbor. I know him almost 30 years. He wants to do it. You know what? The ash trees fell down because of the emerald ash borer. And we had some wind, the trees fell down. Guess what came up? Elantris. Now you got this bug. I don't care. I work at Boyer's IGA. Doesn't matter to me what kind of trees I have along the road that blow into your general area. So I'm wondering, in my mind, how much of this should be focused on education, how much of this should be focused on control, or how much of this should be focused on acceptance. And my mind is going to the latter. It's here. What do we do about it? How do we manage it? To control it, to eradicate it, we should have done that back in 2014, but that didn't happen. So it's here. You go to any gas station in any of the viewing counties that's on this call, spotted lanternfly in the middle of July through the end of August, they're just all over the place. There's people coming in from various states. There's truck drivers, and there's so many depots, trucking industries, and I'm not picking on them. I have a truck myself. It's cutthroat now, and it's hard to get good truckers to deliver the product, and that's becoming more prevalent now with COVID. We need good truckers. That's what keeps commerce going. You got to look at your 53-foot tractor trailer from head to toe and look for these 4 stages of life. Half these guys, sorry, that's my assumption, but there's a percentage of truckers that don't understand English. They would have no clue to what we're talking about, and yet we have to train them. So you want to come into my property, and trust me, I know this. I think Karen will back me up on this. I know this pest. I know this life cycle. I am doing everything I can to control it. But yet, when it goes on a truck, we go out to the stop sign and put the right turn signal on. There could be 20, 50, 300 lanternfly flying around that land on my load of trees that I spent a whole lot of time on to make sure it is pest-free. There's nothing we can do about that. I mean, it's costing me, so if you figure $15 an hour, which is on the low end of employees, for us to tag them and tie them up and dig them and load them and tarp them and ship them, my guys know what to look for. And they get their jollies on this. They love finding a lanternfly. Say, hey, look what I found. It's an attaboy. Good for them. It costs me a lot of money. At a minimum, it costs me $75 per trailer load additional to go out of here. That's not counting my time spraying and material. It's a big cost for no. It's a big cost that has to be done, and there's nothing coming back from it.
All good points, Steve.
Other than to raise our prices and yeah, we can do that to compensate a little bit. But you know, how far does that go? That's a competitive thing. I'm done. Thank you.
No, thank you, Steve. I am sorry. I'm going to be very honest. I am at a disadvantage at this point because I have lost connection. Jay, I believe that there were some other questions that were coming up in the Q&A. Can you see those? I can no longer see those.
Yep, absolutely. So, Steve, one of the questions that came up was, do you currently ship across state lines, and has that posed any issues for you, in particular with spotted lanternfly?
Yes, we do ship over state lines. We have a compliance agreement. We comb every load from start to finish of that tree being shipped to do what we can to make sure there is no spotted lanternfly on it. So every receiver gets a label of certification, and we have not had any issues on that end. However, when we are shipping into areas that are not familiar with spotted lanternfly, when they get their bill of lading and they see this attachment with it saying, hey, here's spotted lanternfly, we're good. Well, then they start questioning things. And whether they call me or Google it or go to whatever kind of media, so if I type in, what is spotted lanternfly, how does it affect me? There's way too much information out there. It allows opportunity for misinformation, for drama, for things that should not be there. So that's so if it comes to education, from my standpoint, it would be to pre-educate the people that are receiving our product that are not in the quarantine. And even the people that are in the quarantine that don't have a clue. I will say I went to a tree meeting 3 years ago when we could still do things face-to-face, not virtually. And the New Jersey Department of Ag, that's when spotted lanternfly was fairly new to us in PA, and our information was given to them, and they were making that public. They were very misinformed. So to get the right information out there, when I say right, the proper, correct, that comes from guys that have done it, seen it, lived it. I'll give you another example. My son has grown up with me, knows everything I do, has decided to make a living elsewhere. So he has learned things from a book that told him this is the way it is. But in his mind, he's like, no, I know that's not right because I experienced these things. So there's a discommunication between what is made public to the general information and reality, I guess is what I'll say.
Okay. How costly would you say it's been to manage spotted lanternfly on your nursery and your Christmas trees?
Well, I guess it depends how much of a dollar amount you put on my time. I don't put a dollar amount on that because I do what I have to do. So when it comes to me getting other people involved, just with time alone in inspecting the trees, we inspect closely. So an hour here, an hour there, I'm thinking it's going to cost me, not counting me, but my guys, if I pay them $50 an hour, it's another $75, like 5 hours per load of trees. If you want to get into what does it cost additional to spray, I don't have the dollar figures in front of me. Typically, whatever I'm spraying for a particular pest at a particular time of the year, If I know we spotted lanternflies in the area, I will hit those trees and those buggers drop like nothing. However, 2 days from now, or 2 days from the time of spraying, they're going to be back in infesting like crazy because they come in from the neighbors.
Okay. Speaking to last year, so the understanding is there was a pretty high demand for fresh cut Christmas trees this past year. Was that the case for you, and did it affect your business? And do you have any predictions for the coming years?
I don't. How does that relate to spotted lanternfly?
Well, as far as if there's a higher demand, is that going to cost even more money and time on your side?
There is a higher demand for cut trees right now. We typically start cutting trees the second week of November. So according to my understanding, any treatment for spotted lanternfly would have been applied prior to the second week of November. Am I correct with that?
Correct.
So the treatment of spotted lanternfly for cut Christmas trees, regardless of the market, should have no bearing on it. What I have noticed is I have sprayed through October, and I have sprayed my cut Christmas trees. And when you spray spotted lanternfly in October, you hit them with the spray, they die. They fall down through the cut Christmas tree. And when you harvest that tree from the second week of November on, yes, you do see a dead spotted lanternfly in that tree from time to time. So you grab it, you pick it up, you crunch it. It's like a potato chip. It crunches to nothing. It's dead, means nothing. I have seen no egg masses on any cut Christmas trees. I know of one guy that did on an inferior Fraser fir that was along a wood line that was buck rubbed, meaning it had a largely exposed trunk. And the woods was infested with, infested, is that the right word? The woods had a lot of the lanthorns in it. So, of course, the bugs were in there. And one of them happened to drop its eggs on a nasty Fraser fir along a wood line that would not have been harvested to begin with, which really has no bearing on the market. So, you know what, if a customer says, hey, I see a spotted lanternfly in my tree, I see a stink bug in my tree, I see a squirrel or a possum in my tree. Happens sometimes, but I have heard nothing coming back from me on the spotted lanternfly other than I'm wholesale, so I sell to guys at retail. Their biggest concern was, can we keep selling trees? Is Governor Wolf going to do anything to stop us? Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you there.
Okay.
So anyway, all worked out for this year, thankfully.
Good. Well, I believe that wraps up the questions that we have for you. If you have anything else you want to say for parting?
Well, what you probably heard my emphasis on is some things we can't control. And I'm not a conspiracist. I don't mean to cause any problems. I've been in this. This is what I do. And I go out of my way to do things right. Sometimes that drives me nuts because it takes a whole lot of additional time and energy. So my question that probably cannot be answered is, we want to control this. We want to have, we want to know what's going on and where. I challenge anybody involved in this conversation this July or August. Go to a gas station, go to a mini market, go to a grocery store, go to a trucking depot. How do you stop it? Not looking for an answer, because you got Joe Schmo coming from Louisiana, Texas, New Jersey, Maine, wherever, passing through. I got an RV, I need gas. They pull into a gas station in Hamburg. right there at Cabela's. Let's go to Cabela's. What do you do with that? How do you prevent this from spreading? If you're on Route 61 at Cabela's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you got 5 red lights right there. You can inspect and spray and disinfect your vehicle, but if you're at a red light, you have to stop. That's the law. When you stop, boom, somebody's going to land on you. I also saw. So we're at the southern end of the Poconos. Let's go out in the fall and see the beautiful foliage. Grab a train here and go to there. Off the record, I have a friend of mine that I grew up with that's been involved in the train commerce for quite a period of time. And I got the impression from him that they were not educated to the point where we were. So just want to make sure there's a fair playing field. Again, commerce and grains. There's a big place in Berks County. There's a lot of places around that move a lot of material. Just want to make sure we have a level playing field. And when push comes to shove, can there be a little bit of discrepancy? Can there be a little bit of leniency? So I will end with that. Any more questions, please feel free to ask now or contact me at any time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate your candor today. And now we will turn it over to Kelly Grube. So Kelly, if you want to start getting everything ready on your side. Kelly is a senior environmental scientist with the First Energy Corporation, which is an electric utility that's with a service territory in Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland, and New Jersey. This group has worked for First Energy for the past 7 years, doing environmental compliance and permitting to support large projects, as well as day-to-day operations with First Energy. So thank you, Kelly, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I actually put together a PowerPoint, so I'm going to try to share it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So just use the share screen green button there.
Okay. Can somebody let me know if you can see my screen?
Not seeing it yet. You have to actually choose the screen you want to share and then push share. That's probably in the bottom right of that panel.
Okay. Okay.
There we go.
I think I got it now. Great. All right.
Perfect.
All right. All right. Well, thanks so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate the opportunity. And I am Kelly Grube. I'm a senior scientist at First Energy, and I'm going to talk to you about how the spotted lanternfly has impacted First Energy and how we have gone about complying with the quarantine orders. So just a little bit more about First Energy. We are a public utility, an electric utility. We have generation, transmission, and distribution assets throughout our footprint. We do operate in 6 states. You can see on the map there the footprint. So those different colors just represent our different operating companies or subsidiary companies. But that all the colored areas are First Energy footprint. So Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, West Virginia, Virginia, and Maryland. We have around 6 million customers and approximately 10,000 employees. So just to touch a little bit on the quarantine order that came out with Department of Ag in 2018, for those that maybe don't know the details of it. So anyone moving items into or out of quarantined counties for business purpose were required to have training and carrying a permit. And this included the movement of trucks, equipment, material, logs, stone, wood chips, brush, really just about any material or equipment you would be transporting, as well as employees traveling in their personal vehicles for business purpose. So this would include, people like myself that, for instance, go out in my personal vehicle and hit multiple job sites, maybe in different counties throughout the day. The original quarantine order was for just a handful of counties in southeastern Pennsylvania. And as I think everyone probably is aware, has slowly grown. We now have 36 counties in 5 states that are affected by a spotted lanternfly quarantine. And interestingly, just before I jumped on this meeting, I was opening my mail here at the office and I got a letter from Virginia that they have added 2 counties to their quarantine area. So you can make that 38. So the First Energy response to the quarantine order, I'll just touch on some initial challenges. Awareness, I think, is a big one. So we became aware of the quarantine order because we have an environmental permitting group that already monitors the Pennsylvania Bulletin. And that is a weekly publication by the Commonwealth of PA that, lists all the regulatory actions from the previous week. So, I mean, we were lucky enough as a large company that we sort of already monitored that publication because we are, already operating in a regulatory environment. So we became aware of it right away. Although I could imagine that smaller businesses or businesses that don't really keep tabs on regulatory actions and permits may not have been aware of it right away. Another challenge right up front was just our experience. We really had little to no experience at all working with a Department of Agriculture or with complying with a quarantine order. So we didn't have any experience to draw on or previous history with that type of thing. So I think our initial challenge was just to wrap our heads around who would be affected by this in our company. And we pretty quickly realized they weren't going to fit neatly into any category. And then it sort of reached across many departments and groups. So the first challenge was really communication. We had to quickly figure out what was our strategy going to be for outreach within our company. Again, it's a large company, 10,000 employees and several thousand contractors. How are we going to communicate with all these groups and make them aware of this requirement? So after we identified the initial round of affected groups as we saw that, we reached out to the directors and managers of each group and tasked them with going online and taking the permit training online at the time, and then doing a train the trainer where they would in turn train their employees and provide copies of the permit. So we really kind of pushed it out to the different leaders of groups and sort of decentralized it because we felt like that was really the only way to get a handle on the large amount of people that needed to be trained quickly. So the environmental department where I work, I'm getting a message that my connection is unstable. I hope you guys can hear me.
It's been fine so far.
Okay, so the environmental department where I work, we act as the subject matter expert within the company, but the responsibility for permitting employees is delegated out to each group. So if you go online to those lists where you can look up who has a permit for spotted lanternfly, First Energy's listed I don't know, last I checked 50 times or something. And that's because we just have so many people. So just as an example of groups affected, forestry, of course, we do a lot of work on our rights of way to trim trees and maintain vegetation. New construction, we have a whole program to rebuild lines and build new substations and that sort of thing. Maintenance crews, there are many different maintenance crews that maintain our substations, our distribution lines, our transmission lines. Fleet, warehousing facilities, the meter readers, of course, are driving all over. And then also all of our corporate employees who travel throughout our footprint for business purpose. So we have those operating companies like you saw on the map, but then we have corporate employees that sort of support throughout. Like myself, I'm based out of Reading, Pennsylvania, but I could, be working in New Jersey or Ohio or in Maryland. Depending on where my projects are. So we just have a whole host of sort of support teams that work throughout the footprint and therefore needed to be permitted. Contractors are another group. I'll talk a little bit more. So So the way we handled that is initially, when the requirements first rolled out, we sort of also put it on the various groups that oversee contractors to make sure that those contractors themselves were actually also being permitted and trained. We decided to put the onus on the contractors to obtain their own permits and train their own employees. But we made it a requirement of their contract with First Energy that they comply with all of the state quarantine orders. Probably the most critical contractors that we identified right up front were our forestry and veg maintenance contractors. So all of our veg maintenance work across all the 6 states is done by contractors. And so they're high risk because obviously they're out working with trees and they're out on the rights of way, and they're actually, transporting brush and logs and wood chips and all the associated equipment from place to place. So what we did right up front is worked with Pennsylvania Department of Ag to come into our Reading office and give a training to all the managers and supervisors that kind of oversee all that work, so that it really drove home with them, how important it was and what the requirements were, and that it was crucial that they are making sure that their own contractors are complying. Another kind of unique situation that we identified as a risk is our storm response. So like everybody knows, when we have a bad storm event and there's widespread outages, utilities mobilize crews from other areas to support restoration. So we might mobilize our own crews from other places, like say Ohio or West Virginia, or in a really bad storm, we could mobilize crews from another utility, as far away as Florida or the Midwest or even California. So this is kind of recognized as a unique situation. So what we did is we worked with Department of Ag to come up with a process where we would provide a checklist in their onboarding information and paperwork, so that when they came on, they would understand that they were entering an area where spotted lanternfly is present and it's a concern, and that they need to inspect their vehicles and equipment before they leave to go back home. This is especially important because we have New Jersey in our territory, and New Jersey gets the coastal storms and tends to experience a lot more outages than other areas of the company. And there are quarantine counties in New Jersey. So a little bit about kind of what our responsibilities are in the environmental department, as far as we act, like I said, as the subject matter expert for the company, kind of the spotted lanternfly help desk, if you will. We monitor state publications and websites for updates to quarantine orders. For instance, like I said, the Virginia update to add 2 counties that I just got. We have a couple of internal mapping sites where we had layers created to show the quarantine areas, so that anybody in the company could view the most up-to-date area very easily from their phone or their computer. We also have an internal SharePoint site with the PowerPoint trainings and some other information. We've distributed educational information like hung posters in the local line shops, distributed pamphlets, that kind of thing. We did a couple of articles on our internal website, again, just for awareness and education. And we also have another internal publication we call an environmental news flash, which is just like a 1-pager that gets sent out with any hot environmental news or incident. So we've done a couple of those on spotted lanternfly. This is a map I made from our internal transmission mapping site. And so the orange hatch is the spotted lanternfly quarantine. So I just have that updated every time there's a change. And then, like I said, anybody can view it. One last thing I want to tell you guys about, we are collaborating with Penn State University on a project. I've been working with Brian Walsh from the Extension Office. And what we're doing is developing an early detection trap to be attached to utility poles. And so the idea is to be able to put up one of these traps in areas where the spotted lanternfly is not yet present, but to be able to kind of detect it at an early stage before it's, before the area is infested. So obviously it's helpful to know as early as possible when they're present so that the control strategy can be more effective. And I guess the idea behind it is, as I understand it from Brian, is that the spotted lanternfly as an adult has a tendency to want to climb the highest structure or tree nearby. So whether it's a pole or a building or a tree or whatever, they sort of have this behavior where they want to climb to the highest point and jump. And I guess he observed spotted lanternflies climbing utility poles. And so he had this idea. And what this is it's just like a molded plastic frame that kind of hinges and closes around the pole and gets bolted to the pole. And then it has this black netting attached to it. And the netting is like impregnated with an insecticide. And so you can kind of see on the picture on the left, then the netting is sort of gathered around the pole with zip ties. So what happens is the spotted lanternflies, as they climb the pole, they're sort of forced to come into contact with the netting. And after a few seconds of contact, they die, and then they drop to the ground beneath the trap where they can be safely identified and counted. So yeah, so I worked internally to kind of get this idea rolling and approved. And I want to say it was a little bit of an uphill battle. Our engineers get very excited when we talk about attaching anything to our poles. So what we did is we got them to approve the installation of a trap in our training yard. So on the right-hand side there, you can see this is our training facility in Reading, Pennsylvania. So it's just a bunch of poles and structures in a field where the linemen can learn to climb poles and work on them, and et cetera, with no energized parts. So we got approval to put a trap on one of those poles. And it was good because we got, a lot of good feedback on the installation process, what worked, what didn't. We got to see how the trap performed in, storms and windy weather and over the winter. And I don't know if Brian actually found any lanternflies under it because we installed it last fall on the late side, and actually infestation wasn't too bad in Reading last year, although it was the few years before. But it'll be out again this season, so we'll see what happens with it. And I think based on our success with the installation on this pole, I think we're going to be able to install a couple of these on energized poles out in Western Pennsylvania this spring, hopefully. So for the future, First Energy will continue to do its best to comply with the quarantine orders. We're going to try to develop an internal training module to kind of mimic the permit trainings that would be very easily available to all employees. We'd like to develop an internal app just to track lanternfly inspections and findings and provide information. And like I said, we're going to continue our PSU collaboration. And that's about all I have for you guys today. And I'll take any questions.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kelly. One of the questions that came up was how quickly were the contractors willing to take action and get permitted?
Well, we didn't really give them a choice. There was a little bit of a learning curve, it's like you have to get to the right person at their company. And I want to say with a lot of our, at least the construction contractors that we work with, it ended up being their safety person that sort of landed in charge of the program. So, we pushed it pretty hard. We viewed it as a risk to First Energy if they would have a violation.
Okay. Brian Walsh wanted to point out that the work that you guys are doing with him, that did come from multiple people at Penn State. So it's a big collaborative effort, but they do greatly appreciate you working with them and looking forward to continue working this year. So thank you for that. And at the moment, that's all the questions I have. So we'll just see if anyone else has anything for us. But we thank you for being very proactive with the program, and especially it's exciting that you're doing you're looking at doing an application with your teams. That'll be really neat to see what kind of information you get out of that.
Okay. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kelly. Looks like we're good. So we're a couple of minutes early, so we'll go ahead and take a break for a few moments, and we'll plan to come back at 2:30, where we will continue with Bob Dolan from the trucking. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you shortly. All right, I hope everyone had a good break. Welcome back. As a reminder, if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A section and we'll get those answered as we can. And with that, we will start with Mr. Dolan. So Bob Dolan joins us from XPO Logistics, where he is the lead drive sales representative. He's also the president of the Lehigh chapter of the Pennsylvania Motor Trucking Association, with more than 42 years of experience in the transportation industry, including as a tractor-trailer driver and having accumulated over 3 million safe driving miles. Mr. Dolan sits on multiple transportation and safety advisory boards and is a member of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee. Bob, welcome, and we're excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Two of the things that we're going to go through with what I'm going to go through here as I'm going to start off as a representative for the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, tell everyone what PMTA actually does for everything here for the state. And then my second section will be basically as a driver, truck driver, and tell you and explain what procedures that we go through as a truck driver, how we are working with the spotted lanternfly going forward. Okay, so the, let's see here. There we go. I'm off to one side here. Okay, first of all, let's talk about PMTA. Who is PMTA? It's Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association was organized in 1928, and it's part of a national network of trucking associations. And what PMTA does, it promotes safety, education, and awareness, and we promote these through programs, through an array of services that are available to all our members. And one thing that's really great about this is that we also cover all 67 counties in the state of Pennsylvania. So we're combating the spotted lanternfly from all different aspects and all different angles from the state. So, and you go here. Okay, so as we would talk about there, the primary functions are to work with legislature and regulatory agencies, such as the Department of Agriculture, and we're promoting and preserving a strong climate for the trucking industry. We also partner with enforcement agencies such as the Pennsylvania State Police, local MICSAP officers, and that we would work with to promote the inspections of tractor trailers going through our quarantine counties, and that way we can combat this insect. A lot of times we're going to do through seminars. We're going to do education. We're going to educate our motoring public there in the trucking industry through seminars, which we have done many times already with the Department of Agriculture. We've had them come in, do presentations, and we did a lot of training with them. So we also work with the information to the press, making sure everybody knows, hey, this is what's out there, helping this combative insect be destroyed. And also we always have any kind of assistance that we have available to our members. We're going to put that out there on our website. And I'm going to show you a few of those things right now. This is actually a picture of our website page where you can see our website is pmta.org. And what we put together here was a quick links section here. And about 3/4 of the way down there, you're going to see a little spot there. And if you would click on that for the spotted lanternfly, this page here would come up. And this is how any one of our members that we get onto this web page, this would put them right onto this spotted lanternfly permit training for businesses in the state of Pennsylvania. So this is something that we could always promote and keep in place, and we keep this right in place there. Another avenue that we use out there to promote this quarantine counties is we advertise, and we put a lot of stuff together on our what we call our Pen Trucks magazine. The last 2 years, we've had two sections there. These are actually pages of the quarantine that we put in our Pen Trucks magazine. Here's one from the last year and one from the year before. So this is also another great way that we're informing our public that, hey, this is something that we need to do and need to be combative with this. So going forward with this, what does Pennsylvania Motor Truck do for our members to combat this? So we basically, we're going to go out through the state. We have what we call chapter meetings. We have different sections that our states cut off to be. And throughout these affiliations, we have put together meetings. Of course, most of this was all done pre-COVID, of course, and now we're going into the webinar season. But prior to this, we've had a number of the Department of Agriculture from Pennsylvania come out, do live presentations for our Safety Management Council, for our members, giving them the information that they need to combat this insect across the state. We've worked with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture intensively, and right now we're proposing another session right now. We've been talking with Shane Phillips with the department and with their new dog Lucky, and we like to, we want to put that out there, and we want to make some more training with them. And we have actually offered to bring a truck out and make a video for the training portions of our people. And also, hey, we can also share that with whoever would like to afterwards and show what we're going to go through and how we do an inspection on a tractor trailer just for this inspection of the spotted lanternfly. So we can use this for training as that goes on. Okay, so now I like to turn away from the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association side, and we're going to talk about the impacts of what happens on the company's participation from a trucking standpoint. Now, one thing where you're going to come into, say, a lot of your industries, they're very isolated, where you're going to have your own different type of education on one type of vehicle, one type of business. In our industry, it's very difficult because we're very diverse. Think about when you're going down the highway. If you're going down the highway, one of the things you're going to see going down the road is multiple different types of tractor trailers. You're going to have car carriers, you're going to have tank trucks, you're going to have flatbeds, doubles, vans. So one size doesn't really fit all in our industry. So it's a pretty much of a challenge a lot of times when we are out there doing our training and stuff like that. We have to adapt to what we are, what's going on there. And the other thing that we also have is a lot of times our trucks are in motion at different times. So think about a tractor trailer that we have spotted at our customer's location for loading. That's going to have a much different inspection looking at it. Even though the inspection is the same, you're going to have a lot different, you're going to have more findings. We're going to have a truck that's stationed for a while versus a truck that's always in motion. Okay, a lot of times our trucks they're running, they keep moving from coast to coast. The other impact we would have is on our facilities. So we not only have moving assets, we have stationary assets, which would be our terminals, our locations. We actually have a number of our locations over here in the Lehigh Valley. I'm from the Allentown, Pennsylvania side, and we have a bunch of locations here that have already reached out to the department, and they have been working on the circle traps and tapes on the trees, and they've had some good success with it. We've had a few terminals that we've actually had gone out there, and we are working on right now having some the trees taken down for this spring. Actually, should be taken down very shortly, and they would be to remove that tree of heaven from a lot of our facilities down there. So there, we have a lot of different impacts according to where you would not see in a normal industry. Okay. One of the things that we put out here, here's the department. This is our picture of here, of course, the spotted lanternfly permit that we would carry in our tractors, and also a decal that's on the truck. Now, one of the things when the decals first start coming out, we now have gone to permits. The decals are no longer out there for our trucks. But this is something that you would see that we would be looking at when we work with the Pennsylvania State Police. The State Police is looking for that permit number there on that decal, or we put the permits in what we call a permit binder. Every tractor trailer has a binder which has all our registrations, licensing, insurance, and that type of deal, and we put that into that binder. One of the things that's pretty unique about this is that one story I was told one night, we had a phone call here. Actually, I took the phone call one night from the state of California, and the state of California was asking about the spotted lanternfly, and they were fairly new to this. This was about 1.5 years ago or so now. They were looking for information, and it was ironic that we were loading trailers to California, and we had drivers take them out for us. And I took a picture of this permit. I took a fax of this permit and showed them a decal and some of our information that we did, that what we do here as a company to combat this insect and also to do the inspections. And it's amazing how quickly this has gone from coast to coast, this problem. So what goes on here with the truck driver's responsibilities? Okay, one thing that you will find in place here is that the pre-trip inspections, what the truck driver does every day. He will go on there, inspect our trucks. So we're inspecting for lights, we're inspecting for brakes, we're inspecting for airlines, and we're undercarriage of the tractor trailer. We're making sure that that thing is safe to go on the highway. To do a pre-trip inspection and add the spotted lanternfly inspection, it's almost, they work hand in hand. So it goes right along with the daily duties of the tractor trailer driver. We put that in place with him, and that way he knows. Of course, I'll go a little bit more while we're going to go where the training's there, but I just wanted to point out that our tractor trailer drivers are already doing a pre-trip. So adding the spotted lanternfly inspection kind of works pretty good with them hand in hand. And of course, one of the other things we do here, in fact, we're going to be doing it this month of March. Every March, we do an annual training. And that annual training will be for every driver, every supervisor, everybody that drives a company car, and anybody, a mechanic, any jockeys, anybody that's employed by our company will do an annual training here on the spotted lanternfly. And it'll be updated, of course, we usually do it every March, and it's scheduled for this month. And in that training, of course, we'll be identifying the quarantine zones, which have been expanding over the last few years. And also, one of their responsibilities also is to report the findings. And these findings are reported when they have findings, they report them, and they go to our safety department. Our safety department manages, most safety departments in the tractor trailer industry will be the person that will be conducting the reportings and all the trainings. So let's go on to the next here, and let's do a couple examples of the training procedures. Now, again, keep in mind, one of the things that I explained earlier, that our industry is very, very diverse. So every company has a little bit different approach to how they're going to do their training. For example, we have van trailers here, which are enclosed trailers. They're going to be different than if you were inspecting a flatbed trailer with material strapped on the top. So same basics, but different approach to the problem. So at the end of the day, but they all have the same objectives. So at the end of the day, our driver is going to be able to describe the original source of the fly, which is not actually, it's ironic because the original source of spotted lanternfly is probably about 10, 15 miles from where I'm sitting right now. Identify each lifestyle stage. I should say the original source in the United States. Explain the negative impacts of the quarantine and the techniques of how we stop the lanternfly. So with that being said, this is a screenshot of what our drivers will actually go through. we presented a PowerPoint presentation that we put together. Usually takes about 15, 20 minutes to put that together, or for them to view. 2-minute video. And then as an extra added awareness, we gave them a multiple choice question test on the knowledge of what they just learned. And like I say before, everybody in the organization will be taking this on an annual basis. In the truck, everybody's tractor, we have what I explained earlier, a permit binder. And in that permit binder is these items right here. We have this driver checklist here on the left, here in the green, that explains to them, keeps them awareness of what they need to do. Little hang tag there that we came about, and it was actually worked out pretty nice. It was just something different we found. And then down here in the bottom is what we put together for them if they find any egg masses. We have some Ziploc paper plastic bags here on the side, a little scraper to scrape them off, and of course the hand sanitizer to neutralize the findings. So that's what we have in each one of our permit binders. And like I say, the permit binder is actually part of their pre-trip inspection. So by looking at that checklist, that's also another great item that they can keep working on there. And one of the things I've always said about this whole program is that if you got to keep the awareness going. And this page here is from another trucking company. And you'll see in the middle here is when applicable, if the vehicle they inspect is carrying and transporting any spotted lanternfly in through the area. And what it does, it names out all the counties. And keep in mind that we do a lot of inter-county, interstate transportation. So for example, we have a lot of carriers that will be going through New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and they actually will go through the same training that our Pennsylvania drivers do. Anybody that goes through our counties in these quarantine counties will have to go through this training in our transportation industry. So, and what's nice about this, what I like about this is that the driver will actually on this, and I might actually have to work on this one a little bit, but the counties here are listed are the quarantine counties right now. So what that will be, you can add to that quarantine county very easily, and that it's constantly updated. Okay, and also with this manifest here, the driver has to sign off on this. When a driver signs off every day on a pre-trip inspection, that's his name going on there that he performed those duties. So we always like to make sure that that awareness is kept into place. So, and again, like I said, all our drivers from New York, New Jersey, actually in the New York City area, metro itself, and all the way around, whoever runs through these quarantine counties will be taking this training. So with that being said, I think I'm pretty much close to my time here, but I'd like to put it out if we have any questions on the presentation.
Okay. Well, Bob, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. So one of the questions we had come in was, are you currently inspecting the tops of the trailers for potential either hitchhikers or egg masses?
No, we do not do that. Unfortunately, through the OSHA inspection or the OSHA mandates here, we are not permitted to go on top of our trailers. Okay, that is not permitted as a safety regulation. Okay, because if you would have to have that, you would have to have a ladder, tie downs, all the safety equipment in place. So that is something that we cannot do.
Okay. All right. And how often does your team find live spotted lanternfly?
No, that's going to vary with our industry. I've talked to some of our folks that they have seen them more regularly than others, depending on what counties they're in. But that also depends on the type of equipment that's being operated. We, for example, in our facility here, we have about 225 pieces of equipment, and that is in constant motion. Okay, so our drivers here, we've had I think less than a handful, to be honest with you, in the last couple of years as far as the egg masses are concerned. But as far as the live ones are concerned, that number that number is pretty decent shape there above the where we can step on, versus a carrier that might be down into another county, southeastern, central Pennsylvania, where they use a lot of drop trailers, what we call drop trailers at a customer. And those customers might have that trailer there for 2-3 weeks. So they have a much better chance to do their thing on those trailers. So they have a higher number of experiences.
All right, well, that does wrap us up. So thank you very much. If you would be willing to, if you wouldn't mind sharing your contact information with any of the attendees, if you're willing to do so, and if you just want to monitor the chat, see if any other questions come up, you can answer in the Q&A. One just came up, for instance, if you're able to. So
yeah, okay. Most definitely. And I will post also I will post the information for our contact in Pennsylvania Motor Truck for the communications marketing gentleman, and we can contact either one for any kind of information needed. Where would you like that sent, Jay?
If you can just post it into the chat, that would be great.
Oh, sure, we can do that. No problem. You're welcome. Not a problem. Thank you very much for having us here today.
All right, certainly. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're going to move right along. So our next presenter is Rudy Husband. He is currently responsible for government relations in Pennsylvania and New England, and is based in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He has worked for the railroad industry for 30 years in a variety of labor relations, corporate communications, and government relations positions for both Conrail and Norfolk Southern. Rudy has a bachelor's in political science from the University of Vermont, a master's of education from George Washington University. Thank you very much for joining us, Rudy, and take it away.
Thanks, Jay. And I'm going to thank Bob as well, because he's going to make my presentation a lot shorter. Just to give everyone a little background on Norfolk Southern, we are the 4th largest freight railroad in North America. We operate in 22 states, primarily east of the Mississippi. In Pennsylvania, we operate over about 2,500 miles of track. And in New York, we operate over roughly 1,000 miles of track. My focus is going to be primarily on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is home to more operating railroads than any other state in the country. There are more than 60 railroads, big ones like Norfolk Southern and CSX, and then you have the small short lines that operate over 5 miles of track. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of variety in how we're dealing with the spotted lanternfly. And it's a challenge, because just to give you an order of magnitude, last year, Norfolk Southern alone handled more than 4 million shipping containers. About 1.5 million of those were from international origins. So once these containers get onto our trains and into our terminals, they are moving. And there really isn't an opportunity to provide a lot of inspection while these things are in transit, because shipping containers, unlike coal or construction commodities, they're very time sensitive. Those containers may have stuff you ordered from Amazon, or they may have medical supplies. So the challenge, and we've had a lot of conversation with PDA on what opportunities are out there to more thoroughly address the spotted lanternfly situation. And quite frankly, as a practical standpoint, it's been hard for us. We have been doing regular communications with our employees in the Northeast about spotted lanternfly and identifying them and what to do about them. We've had some system-wide employee communications about it just to try to raise awareness. But again, it's been a challenge. If you look at, our 2,500 miles of property or rail lines in Pennsylvania, it's all very linear. And we do not use any pesticides on our property. We have a brush control program, which involves primarily spraying of herbicides, but we will do some cutting to improve sight lines around at-grade railroad crossings and at signals. We have been over the last 3 years working with PDA to allow them access, or their contractors access to our property to address some of the spotted lanternfly situation, but as Dana calls it, boots on the ground work. The impact is very local, and it's not a quick process. We're interested in doing more, but again, from a practical standpoint, and just because of the nature of our business, that's a real challenge. I really don't have a whole lot to add. I was like the Steve, the tree grower. I'm a lot better handling questions than I am making presentations. So I just as soon open it up and see what people are thinking about. I will add, and this railroads occupy a very unique position in the regulatory arena, that most state and local regulations do not apply to us because we are federally regulated. And the fear is that, Pennsylvania passes something to regulate something and Ohio does something that could be contrary. So you have a patchwork regulatory structure that really would severely impact the movement of freight. So a lot of the conversation about, permitting and quarantines and things like that do not apply to the freight railroads.
Rudy, this is Dana. Thank you very much for being on. And you and I have had some really nice discussions, and I'm going to just put a couple of things out there and maybe you can expand on them. People may not be aware, number one, that there's a season where you're really busy. And then you have talked to me about there being like main lines, main corridors versus those that are not traveled so much. So if you can kind of give the audience some ideas about what those are, that would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, our main season is basically between Labor Day and Thanksgiving, because it used to be the freight would move in 3 waves, and I'm talking primarily about intermodal, what's moving in containers, is that starting around Labor Day, you had the big box stores starting to build their inventories for the holidays. And then the second wave was all the mail order catalogs that, during that season, that time period, I probably get 5 catalogs a week from LL Bean. And then the third is the actual mail order fulfillment from Amazon and others. So it's and one of our largest customers is UPS, and actually FedEx is close behind them. And we get penalized heavily if we are not on schedule. So it's a real challenge to have the focus to get taken away from what we're trying to do between Labor Day and Thanksgiving. Yeah, and as far as, I guess, volume densities, train volume densities, yeah, we have mainline tracks. For example, between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg, and then up to Reading and Allentown, that corridor can get upwards of 60 or 70 freight trains a day. And, those intermodal trains are the equivalent of 300 trucks. So, but then you have the smaller lines, like for example, from Reading into Philadelphia, we're only running 5 or 6 trains a day on that line, and they're much shorter. Our big thing, and I should have really kind of led with this, our huge thing is safety. And because rail equipment is very unforgiving, whenever we allow access to our property, if the contractor, and I'll use PDA as an example, if PDA's contractor gets within 25 feet of active railroad tracks, they have to have a flagger with them to make sure that they're protected and they're not fouling the track if a train comes. That's just something we and all railroads pretty much apply that standard. Again, it's all about safety. Dana, is that okay?
Yep, that was great, Rudy. And I don't know if you can touch on this or not, but Norfolk Southern has implemented a new program where you have a third party who will work with those who are trying to access the rails. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. Up until this year, property access was handled through our local division engineer's office. For example, in Pennsylvania, we had a Pittsburgh division and a Harrisburg division. Those were combined into one operating division called the Keystone Division. And most of the administrative functions of those divisions have been moved to Atlanta. So on right of entry permits, we use a company called Rail Pros. And they're the ones that application requests are submitted to. And if you go to our website, right at the top of the page, there's a real estate link. And you click on that, and then you click on real estate services, and that'll give, the process of how right of entries are obtained.
Thank you. I also know that you use some large vendors like Ashland for your contract work for your vegetation management. Do you think that it would be better for states to try and approach them to see if there's a way that we can work together with them, since they already have booked time on the rails, rather than coming to the rails separately? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, track time is at a premium. So trying to get track time, especially in the fall, is a real challenge. Dana, that's a great question, because while we use Asplund primarily in Pennsylvania, I don't know who CSX uses, for example, or the short lines. So that's something I think we should have a further conversation on. But I think as far as Norfolk Southern goes in Pennsylvania, and for New York, I can find out who our contractor is. It probably is Asplund. I think since they're already booking track time, that's probably a better way to go.
All right. Well, you and I will definitely follow up on that line of thought there. We have a question that's in the Q&A. In your opinion, for rail cars that stay for a long period of time in one location sitting, do you think that there's something that can be done with them, spray or control? And I'm not sure who owns those cars, so I don't know if you can expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, car ownership is a great question. We own some, our customers own some, just because they can manage them better in terms of having them available. The cars that sit for a lengthy period of time are primarily sitting on customers' property. That our yards, generally speaking, our intermodal terminals, every container that you would see in an intermodal terminal, it turns in 24 to 48 hours. At the classification yards where box cars and things like that go, those pieces of equipment generally are moving, again, 24 to 48 hours. So I don't know, once we deliver a box car to a customer and that box car is sitting in the customer's siding for a couple of days waiting to be unloaded, I don't know what could be done as far as working with the customer to do that. I mean, again, it all gets down to what's practical. And I don't know. But again, that's something that's certainly worth having more conversation about.
Well, and I think, Rudy, you and I have chatted about this before too, but there are federal requirements that you have to meet as far as vegetation close to those rails. So I'm not sure everybody here understands that. So can you talk on that a little bit? How many feet out do you have to go? And I know another thing that we've had extensive conversations about is hazard trees. And you cannot have any hazard trees that would be near the tracks or near crossings. So you might want to explain the difference between a crossing and a rail line. Some people may not know about that too.
Yeah, on vegetation management, we generally go out to the probably 25 feet from center line of track. And that's to knock down all the brush so that our engineers and conductors and track inspectors have clear lines of sight. Depending, if it's on a curve, we may try to go out a little further. At signals, we definitely want to make sure that they're visible. And then at grade crossings, because not only are the sight line going to be there for our employees, but the sight lines have to be sufficient for the people that are driving over the crossings so that they are not getting caught and getting hit by a train, especially at what we call passive crossings, the ones that don't have gates and lights and flashing and bells. So that's, and our vegetation control program is generally on a 3-year cycle that, we go down, year one, we're going through an area and really knocking everything down. We're keeping an eye on it, but then Asplund wouldn't come back and address that area until year 4. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, we have some more questions in the Q&A, so people are very interested in learning from you. So one of the questions is, does Norfolk Southern employ any type of drive-through or roll-through wash system for any of the engines or the rail cars?
No, we don't. There are, no, we do not, we don't wash our equipment.
Okay. It moves a lot.
Yeah.
So, is there a way to get contact information from somebody from Norfolk Southern in New York so that they could reach out to them?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll put that in the chat.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Or I tell you what, just whoever wants to talk to New York, just use my contact info and I'll direct it to the right spot.
Okay, very good. We'll get that out. There are some short lines that charge an hourly rate to have a flagger present at a work site. Does Norfolk Southern charge an hourly rate to have a flagger present?
No, it's a daily rate.
And do you want to share what that is, or?
Last I knew it was $750, but it may have gone up. I'm not with everything that's with Rail Pros and everything else. We really redesigned all of that stuff, but it's not cheap.
Oh, we got the invoice. I can attest to that. It's not cheap.
But it's not that we're making money off of it. That needs to be emphasized. That's basically covering the cost of that employee.
Right. And again, it is for a safety issue. And we certainly do not want to have any of our employees next to a rail that are not protected by somebody who's watching their back. So please understand, it is a serious safety concern that we want to make sure is being addressed. Okay. All right, well, we have gone through those questions. And we still have well, no, I guess we are about out of time anyway. Rudy, is there anything that you want to add?
No, I'm good.
Before your time is out? Okay.
No, thank you for including us.
Well, thank you for coming. Really appreciate that.
All right. Have a good day.
You too, Rudy, and I'll be back in touch with you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Rudy and Dana. Appreciate all your thoughts on that. Next, we're going to go to Mark Schwartz. Mark is a state wildlife biologist and entomologist currently working with the Department of Military and Veteran Affairs at Fort Indiantown Gap National Guard Training Center, which is located in Lebanon County in central Pennsylvania. Fort Indiantown Gap is the busiest National Guard base in the United States and is situated on 17,000 acres. And Mr. Schwartz has greatly assisted in the battle against spotted lanternfly with survey and treatment, not only at Fort Indiantown Gap, but at many of the National Guard properties here in Pennsylvania. So with that, Mark, I will turn it over to you.
Just need to get this going. Okay, there we go. Is this, everyone can see it?
Looks good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, my name is Mark Schwartz. I am a wildlife biologist at Fort Indiantown Gap National Guard Training Center. I mostly do the entomology side of stuff. We sort of, our office is divided between like vertebrates and invertebrates. In terms of wildlife, I run the invertebrate side of it. So I get lanternfly, and then I get like endangered butterflies and stuff like that. Vertebrate side gets bats, other things. Then we have a forestry section that I work with on this project here with monitoring for lanternfly. Again, it's for all of the state of Pennsylvania, for all of our properties in the state of Pennsylvania. So all the DMVA properties. So of course, why are we here? Because there's a quarantine. This restricts the flow of materials and people and vehicles, and in an effort to sort of stop the flow of this insect, came down from the Department of Agriculture. That's why we're all here. Over on the picture on the right, that's just a picture of the quarantine zone. I'll get to this map a little bit further on here. So normally the problems for this are agriculturally related or ecologically related. That's what we normally associate this with. It's a little different for DOD because we're in the national security business. So it comes down to, for us, having problems with logistics and training, ecology, and then legal consequences. There's also some economic ones in here too. So logistically and training, quarantine complicates travel, especially if you violate it. This can possibly lead us to incomplete training efforts. Now, one thing you have to understand about the American military is that it's like virtue is logistics. It can be, they're very good at placing a lot of people very quickly at somewhere far away. The people generally trained have lots of skills. And that's very vital to national security, is to have that apparatus ready to go when you need it. And if you have troops that cannot get to where they need to go to do their training, they can't qualify and they can't advance. Part of that advancement is then getting experience and knowledge into the training system that sort of lets it propel itself forward to run the military. It's how like everything works. You need to keep training people and turning people over. The military has lots of turnover. So you need to have lots of people in the queue. So anything that affects that ability to be quick with highly trained personnel, that creates a national security issue. We have ecological issues. Military has responsibility to conserve and protect the environment. It's actually written into all of our management guidance that we create internally and the external stuff. We actually believe in supporting the environment. It's actually true. The military has a role in this. They actually believe in it. Some don't, many do. But it is our job ethically to keep the ecology basically sound. Again, we have internal environmental regulations and standards that help us adhere to this as well as legal ones. Our in-ramp, so that's our actual that's our actual natural resource management protocol. The spotted lanternfly is in that protocol. So we are actually mandated by ourselves and by other people to manage for this. So from the DoD perspective, there's that environmental angle. We also get into legal consequences. We don't know what that actually means. We haven't had any problems yet. But we do know that legal consequences would probably lead to the stopping of training, which we cannot have, fines, all these other things we don't want. There also is an economic angle that's a problem with the DoD, and that when units come in to train, they have to reserve the training sites. So they actually have to pay. So the units have money and they pay Fort and Newtown Gap to train at these places. And if we can't get the troops to come in to train, they can't collect the money to run the to run the ranges. So it becomes an economic problem for DoD too. So they very much want to get this under control. Because we have those issues, there's FIG tag involvement. So that's the adjutant general. That's the person who runs the entire base. This person is always whoever it is, we have a different one now than is on this letter here. But they all very much don't want to get in trouble when these things come about. So they're all very involved in the spotted lanternfly deal at FIG. We were ordered, my conservation section, which is forestry and wildlife, we were ordered to come up with preventative measures for how to deal with this issue. Basically, how are we gonna address it? With the absolute knowledge that violating the quarantine would probably mean bad things would happen, like stopping of training, which we absolutely cannot have. Management strategy. So we have 80 plus properties across Pennsylvania. And right now, 58 of them have been addressed. In other words, we've started our management plan at 58 of these 83 sites. We only have 25 left in Western Pennsylvania. And yes, I believe that's it. But we've started work at most of these sites. The types of work that we do there, it's sort of a 3-phase process. We do an initial site assessment. Then we have some sort of management decision or action that has come from that site assessment. And then there's some follow-on monitoring. A lot of this is sort of just, logical, I think. We work in and around the quarantine zone. So as we have funding, we try to address all of these properties with this this management system we have going on here. We do it as we can. We always hit the stuff in the quarantine first. And we're doing this forever, or until the quarantine is lifted. So that's sort of how that's going for us. Here is the map, this map that was on earlier. So this is Pennsylvania with the quarantine zone, and the little houses are all of our installations or readiness centers. The ones in green are the ones we've addressed. It means that we've done a site assessment and they have some management done, and we're trying to get into the follow-on work. Some of them may actually have many of them actually have been retreated. We've been doing some of these for years. The ones in red are the ones in Western Pennsylvania that we haven't gotten to yet. There's one, you can see one in Blair County that we didn't quite get to last year. I think COVID screwed everybody up. So we couldn't get everywhere we wanted to. If we didn't have that problem last year and coming up this year, we would probably be well on our way to finishing the state, and then we'd be sort of into the follow-on mode for most of them. But we did cover the quarantine zone, except for that one in Blair County, which we're getting to. So the initial phase, the site assessment. So this was kind of a pain in the butt because we had to go to tax maps to figure out who owned what. So all of our properties are surrounded by other people's stuff, and we never know who owns what. And so we went to the tax maps. It's all poorly documented. So we had to do this to figure out how much. It comes down to money. How much money is something going to be worth? So once we identified what that was going on, we then had to go visit the sites to do a presence absence check for some things. To do this, we had to contact the MR2. So the MR2 is a person that runs the readiness center or the installation, whatever it is. They have to give us permission to come in so we can actually do the assessment. And I learned my lesson that you always have to call them, because I went into Willow Grove and I didn't really know what was going on. And so then I'm greeted by people with machine guns and stuff. And I immediately started telling them about spotted lanternfly, and they don't care. They don't know what it is, but they still had their guns and were still not, they're not pointing anything at you, but it's still kind of unnerving when it's like 3 of them around you with dogs and guns. So they did let me in though. I got through to get in and check for what little pieces I could. But just always, I always check with people with guns first, I guess, from now on. So, but once we got in, what you do is quick check, not a quick check. We do a thorough check for host plants and spotted lanternfly. So you go through the site. It depends on how big it is. If it's a really giant site, then we may have to come back and do it, or we just do the best we can, or we do it in pieces. But we get it all done. But we look for spotted lanternfly, actual individuals that are there, or host plants. It depends when we get there in the year. We always try to get there when you would be able to see all of this stuff. The sites then are ranked in a typical military red, amber, green style. Red is what we have to address first. Amber is not that big a deal. Usually means it's got one but not the other. A red one has both lanternfly and host plants. Green have nothing, or we just don't know yet. So that's how we rank those. And just a word about the property, doing things with property limits and neighbors and everything. I'm sure many of us have knowledge of this if you've had to go do any sort of ground truthing to figure anything out, is that your neighbors aren't always your friends. I think that these neighbors here are not our friends. They didn't take care of anything, so we can go clean up whatever we want on our side of the fence, but if they don't clean up their lanternfly, we're just getting it all right back. This is really was a real sort of pain in the in the assessment phase. Basically seeing how it's going to work with the neighbors. Here's another great example is Collegeville Armory in Collegeville, Pennsylvania. It's 50 acres. It's just a tiny speck compared to Greatersford, which is right next to it, which is a closed prison. I don't actually know what's going on with Greaterford right now, but it's not a prison anymore. But it's 400 acres of just nobody's doing anything with it, as far as I know. But we can control our 50 acres as much as we want, but when there's 400 acres of stuff on the other side of this orange, imaginary orange line, it's nothing to stop that lanternfly from crossing that. So this is a case of just abandoned land that we don't know what to do. We don't know what to do with. We don't know who to contact. Many times we don't have time to contact these people or figure out who it is. So it's just another challenge that we run into when you get into the assessment phase and into the management phase, of course. So then we get to the management decision and action. The red sites were the priorities. These are the ones we hit first. So we go in and we basically address the Tree of Heaven and SLF at the same time. Forestry marks the trees marks the Tree of Heaven or whatever else we're going to mark. And then the action plan is based on those surveys. So it requires a lot of knowledge from the people doing the actual survey to come back with good information, as well as the data sheets. At that point, we implement the action. So this mostly involves, depending on where the site is or how big it is, it's almost always contract work, unless we have to do something that's a little more detailed or that we just feel we need to do it. I believe we use goods. I think we might use somebody else, depends on where we are at that point. Again, all of this is in our in-ramp, so it's all covered in writing and signed off by somebody. So our spotted lanternfly management plan is actually signed off by a tag or general somewhere, and then other people too. Important people, I swear. We use typical management type stuff, hack and square. It's just Garlon 4. I don't know that we ever do drop and leave or drop and chip at these sites. I think we don't do drop and leave. That just sort of seemed dumb to us, I think. Drop and chip we've used, but you can see the lanternfly eating chips then. Trap trees, we're using this Transect 70, sort of the regular old for the management at these sites. For the monitoring, we were using basically sticky bands like everybody else was using for a while. Obviously, they kill stuff. You can see here on this picture, but it doesn't seem to do a good enough job, especially when you see things running over the band, like the adults and adults run right over the bands. So we are moving to the circle traps like everybody else. I'm going to try and just for my own sake, I'm going to do some with bands, some circle traps, some bands, just to see, just so I have the data that disprove or prove things, or demonstrate, I should say. We also do ground truthing. So we do opportunistic visual searches. That's usually involves going up to the trap where the trap trees are, and we actually just kind of look around the trap trees to see what eggs are laid on the trees. We'll find other trees around the trap trees too. So we basically do a quick search of those. We're actually going to start cutting trees down this year. I think we'll do that in a couple of weeks. I've got like 20 trees I think we want to cut down, see if we can get better idea of egg masses. And I realize this is research a lot of people are doing already, kind of wanted our own site specific stuff. I do want to say that the monitoring work that we're doing right now is just at Fort Indian Town Gap. It's too much. I don't have the personnel to throw at a statewide monitoring scheme, but we'll eventually get to that. I'm working on some things to try and get a couple of technicians to work on that kind of stuff, but we'll see with COVID restriction training. We'll see how that all goes, but it's all in the working. It's getting made. Here's just, some of our trap trees look like everybody else's trap trees, I'm sure, especially this one on the right where none of the adults are on the band. But general trap trees. Here's something I just want to bring this something we're going to try and get a little more into. This is just the bad side of the trap trees, I guess, is that it kills absolutely everything that it comes in contact with. We even have we can walk and find bear fur and stuff. And we had a bird and we had a bird stuck to one. We had a flying squirrel stuck to two flying squirrels stuck to one. I wish I had that picture. Actually, I should have put it in here, but I didn't. It was probably a week before we found it. Poor thing. But anyway, there's a lot of extra killing going on here that I think I'd like to quantify. So we're going to try and get into that a little bit, just to get into some science for it. I just think it's funny to show that how horrible these things can be. And I'd be getting into the circle traps, see what kind of damage they do. So I'm going to have bands and circle traps. Potential outcomes for us: failure to contain spotted lanternfly. This would get us in trouble and would probably cause some sort of ban, out of state quarantine, some sort of ban on travel for training units. This would apply to the state and the country. And out of the country, we get people coming from Guam and Hawaii and all this other stuff. This is just simply not an acceptable answer, and it's not going to be. And we won't have that happen, but it is a potential outcome. Or we're going to keep with the plan, which this is what where we're at, is we're keeping with the plan until the zone is lifted, which will either involve eradication, and that's going to happen. Come on, complete eradication anyway. So, or statewide, nationwide infection seems to me like that's probably more of the route that'll happen here. I think it probably goes down like Japanese beetle does. Especially for us, we have all sorts of strange regulations for that, dealing with those when it comes to helicopters and stuff. So looks like option 2 is what we're waiting on. I think that a lot, we can do a lot of management, we can do all this kind of stuff, but I think that until people's attitudes change and they start, thinking a little more about it, especially on my end, because we get kids, we get kids that train. Basically, you get 18-year-old, 20-year-old kids that come in to train. A lot of them don't know any better. They're just in the military. So they have to know what to do. So we sort of brief them on so we hand out educational material. We have guides on how to change your habits. And so here's a list of habits to change. We all know these things. We've probably seen them all before. Education, there's state mandated training that all the troops have to get, information sections, installation outreach, posters, handouts, pamphlets, video training for incoming units. Here's an example of a poster we made. This actually is interesting because we have now an internal GIS portal where you can actually take, points and tell us where you found your spotted lanternfly anywhere that you're on an installation. We also have an email address within the state system. People can email us, and it gives, this thing gives us a little more guidance for people to follow, especially the pesticide use. We always get people wondering, how much pesticide do I have to spray to kill everything? And we just don't want that kind of stuff happening. So here's another example. This is the
Mark.
Yes.
Mark, I'm gonna pause you right there. We're unfortunately out of time.
Okay.
But there's a couple of good questions for you in the chat.
Sure.
If you're able to take a look at those and answer those, and also some information about Graterford apparently popped up in there as well for you to check out.
Okay.
And if you're willing, if you wouldn't mind posting your contact information in the chat, in case anyone wants to reach out with some additional questions for you.
Okay.
But awesome. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation.
Yeah. Sorry, I sapped away all the time.
No, you're good. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I? That's not what I'm going to do.
Yeah, if you can.
Hold on, I'm trying to get out of this.
Not a problem. Okay, well, while you're working on that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Tricia. Tricia Bethke is the Illinois Forest Pest Outreach Coordinator. Her position is funded through a cooperative grant with the USDA APHIS and the Mortem Arboretum. Ms. Bethke's responsibilities include statewide education, outreach, and training of key stakeholders on the USDA APHIS Hungry Pest Program, forest pest identification, high-risk pathways, regulation and quarantines, and reporting protocols. So, Tricia, thank you for joining us today, and we're excited to hear what you have to say.
All right, very good. You know what, I am very excited to be here to talk a little bit about what's going on in Illinois. This has been a phenomenal summit. All the resources, good conversations, great ideas. It has really been fun, and I hope to share kind of a perspective from a forest pest outreach coordinator, what to do when you don't have spotted lanternfly formally established. We know, the likelihood that it will become to Illinois is very high, and so we want to make sure that we are ready. So today's presentation is going to talk a little bit about what we're doing. So how do we take the education and the outreach materials and turn it into action? How do we get people outside looking for tree of heaven, but more importantly, just looking at their trees? The more people are out looking, the more people are able to increase the likelihood of an early detection and hopefully a rapid response. So as a forest pest outreach coordinator, I love that headband. In 2018, I was in Reading, Pennsylvania. I saw it, fell in love with it, and I thank Dana and Heather for helping me get our Illinois spotted lanternfly headband. It is a huge hit when we do education and outreach, obviously. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of like kind of the last 5 years, what the forest pest outreach program has done. Every year, every other month, basically, what we do is we have a bi-monthly forest pest outreach call. And I put that out there so that you begin to understand that in Illinois, we're pretty tight. I mean, we talk with our federal partners, we talk with our state partners, we talk with the, organizations, associations, the Bureau of Forestry in Chicago, Southern Illinois, their forestry extension program through the University of Illinois. So we're a tight group, we communicate regularly, but we needed to do something else. So we put together a draft of an early detection and a rapid response plan, and that's what we're working on right now. I've conducted over 310 in-person forest pest trainings, and I am looking forward to getting back to in-person. Last year, we were a little bit worried about what COVID was going to do. So what happens when you are the Illinois Forest Pest Outreach Coordinator and you're funded through, the Plant Protection Act, so USDA, APHIS, and the Morton Arboretum as my cooperator. But you know what? Interestingly enough, there was a real interest in having education. So we were able to just turn around pretty quickly because most of my presentations do include a PowerPoint presentation. So did 32 trainings over the last 12 months, about 3,200 people. In total, we've estimated that we trained over 14,000 and we distributed a number of forest pest outreach materials. So I'm responsible for anything that is federally regulated. And so that is all of our forest pests and then any pathogens or diseases. So those of you that are not familiar with Illinois, you know what, we're smushed in the middle of the country and we are just one big red high risk pathway. What you're seeing on this map is the introduction score. So, where are those vulnerable points of introduction? You see St. Louis down in the southwestern corner, and then Chicago metropolitan over on the upper right-hand side. That big red blob is what we're really concerned about. And then you look at 36,000 miles of road, over 9,000 miles of railroad track. Who knew we had over 100 public airports? And then we've got wineries. I mean, we've got boutique wineries popping up all over in central and southern Illinois and even northern Illinois as well. So you see the sawmills, you see the marinas, you begin to understand, wow, we have a lot of vulnerable points of introduction. So these high risk pathways, we have a lot to think about. And when you're thinking about education and outreach, it's like, how do you make sure that you're covering all of these bases? Well, I can't do it alone. And I'm very grateful for the community network of volunteers and professionals as well that help us on this journey to help eradicate and manage forest pest threats. So in 2015, the Illinois, the CAPS program conducted a host suitability analysis. So they put up some traps and basically, those counties that are lit up in green, it was not found. So we were like, not found yet. What you're looking at the map in the middle is that in Illinois, we only had 5 positive records of Tree of Heaven. And you may ask yourself, how could that be? Everybody says Tree of Heaven's everywhere, but is it everywhere? Really, is it everywhere? So we know we've got a known host and we're trying to go through and look at the risks associated with having that host, but we didn't have the documentation, we didn't have the records. And so this is where the volunteers come in, and this over on the right-hand side are tree keepers. Our tree keepers are trained volunteers, and to be honest with you, there's over 1,700 of them, and they would be one of the groups that I would go to. Extension is wonderful. Our master naturalists, our master gardeners. Within the forest preserve districts all throughout northern Illinois, we've got steward volunteers, people that are actually out not only in our urban areas, but our natural areas. We work with Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. These guys are awesome to work with. All they want to do is get out and check the trees. And then we have our APHIS, PPQ, forestry staff, Department of Agriculture, and then ComEd, all of their utility arborists. And many of the programs have evolved into kind of the train the trainer, which is where I get the biggest bang for the buck. So I'm training people and then they're going back and they're training their own members in their own groups. So that's super helpful. What we do when we do training is we teach them how to identify Tree of Heaven. And we are using currently EdsMap Pro. I am very happy with EdsMap Pro. It is really easy to train and to get out and get people, really truly identifying and dropping records and having it verified. So you'll start to see how effective we have been in the last couple of years, but EdsMap Pro is the one that I decided that would be most beneficial and easy to involve the general public. You can add a new record over there, and I'm not going to spend too much time going through the actual application. I do have some resources for that. If you are interested, definitely email. I'll connect with you and I can share them. And then we teach them, like, what does spotted lantern look like? What are you looking for? So when you find tree of heaven, make sure you're looking for spotted lanternfly. And we send them out in the afternoon, and it's basically August, September, October that we're asking people to kind of get out and take a look at their trees. Although I think every month should be tree check month. We also talk about, Asian longhorn beetle as well, but spotted lanternfly is obviously top of mind. So in EDSMAP Pro, if you are in your neighborhood or if you're out in the natural areas or on the rail lines, it's super easy to drop a point. That was actually my neighbor's house. As I was standing looking out of my window, I realized that they have tree of heaven at their house. So I dropped a point there. And it's super easy to drop a polygon. So it gives us a total acreage of infestation as well. Again, a user-friendly. What I like about it is you can be specific. You can download your county data. And if you're in Cook County, all you need to do is to pull up your Cook County, or if you're in DuPage or Lake, you can be county specific. You can be species specific. So on my phone, I've got all the counties, but I only have tree of heaven. So you start to see what that map looks like. Though that map helped us kind of think through how we would actually roll this out. So in 21 and 22, we're going to be rolling out a full-blown monitoring program. And I'll talk a little bit more about it. So on the back end, so if somebody drops a point and they create a record, I, and along with Chris Evans from the University of Illinois, the Forestry Extension, are verifiers for any tree of heaven records that get posted to EDSMAP. I'm going to use this dashboard as a way to prioritize and assign monitoring. And I'll tell you right now that this is it's getting updated, so I don't have the images that I want, but stay tuned. There's an EDSMAP summit coming up in the end of, I believe it's the end of March. I think I have a slide on that. But we're super excited. This gives me a lot of functionality. It allows me to see what people are doing when they're actually going out and doing field work. And it creates some really good demographic information for us. We can record the amount of time spent. We can record the number of verifications or revisits within a day so that we can start to get some really, truly important metrics. Our effectiveness, I mentioned this, is 2018. So 2018, we're now up to 46 records. I came back from Reading and I was like, why don't we have more data? Like, where is this? How could I get out and start looking for tree of heaven? How can I engage all of our community residents in the state of Illinois? So we sort of scratched our heads. And if you're thinking about it, if you don't have a lot of data records and don't have any images to show, people are like, well, all right, doesn't seem like it's a big deal. But in 2019, we were able, through our training that we did, to add 654 new records. Yay! And it gets better. 2020, it was a crazy year. And when people were home, they were looking for things to do. And so we really saw that, people wanted to get out and they wanted to do something positive, get out and contribute to this research that we were asking them to embrace. We added 737 new records. You can imagine, like, if I were zooming in on Illinois and we were live on the dashboard, the whole state would be lit up. So we looked at the county records as well. 2017, you start seeing a very familiar scene. 2018 is looking a little splotchy. 2019, we had just a handful of counties left. And I have to give a huge shout out to Ann Hughes. She works with our Illinois Natural History Survey. And honestly, we call her the closer because she was the one that helped us round out the state and make sure that we had 100% positivity, all the counties. So in answer to the question, yes, tree of heaven is everywhere. Now, I know just because we have tree of heaven doesn't mean we're going to have spotted lanternfly, and it's not going to just show up on the trees that we have records on. So we're well aware of that. In 21, right to date, we have 1,700. So we added about 200 records from iNaturalist. So that was very helpful for us to get another data set to contribute to what was going on in Illinois. We have over 1,000 points in Chicago. And you kind of got to be careful about what you're asking people to do, because there's one volunteer out there. Boy, man, he finds Tree of Heaven everywhere, and he alone has the biggest record for dropping pins in Cook County. So I think what we're going to have to do is go through and look at the data and kind of strip out any of the duplications and kind of come up with a radius around each record, so we're not kind of over monitoring, if you will. So last year was a weird year. We're kind of like, what am I going to do? We decided to take a look at the 2010 tree census that was going on. We selected 9 plots throughout 4 counties, and then we decided to go back and monitor. So of those 9 plots, they had positive confirmations of populations of Tree of Heaven. And it was very eye-opening to go through. We found a record right next to a stone importer. We found another group of the spotted lanternfly kind of just in an adjacent abandoned parking lot area. So we're starting to see where these trees are located, big, huge intermodal areas. We had areas where we had, what was I going to say? Oh, the train tracks in Elgin. I mean, in Elgin, the Tree of Heaven is just all up and down the rail line. So again, areas that people aren't actually monitoring or managing for that vegetation. We wanted to test out last year how we could use Google Maps for our revisits. So if I'm going to be assigning points to people, I want to make sure that they've got accurate data, and it's super cool. You just toggle on to a point and you can actually use the direction function and it walks you right to the tree. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue to use EdsMap Pro. We're going to use the dashboard, and what we're going to do is we're going to go through a risk assessment and try to figure out where we really need to focus. What do we need to do? So those areas that I showed you that are lit up in different colors, we're using those as kind of a pilot in 21. And so we're looking at where those high risk pathways are, and then we're looking at how can we get in and local communities and train volunteers to get out and to monitor the Tree of Heaven for spotted lanternfly. The picture over on the left-hand side is one of our data points. It's actually in the Brookfield Zoo. So if you come to Chicago and you go to the Brookfield Zoo, do go to the zebra exhibit, because Tree of Heaven is smack dab in the middle of that. So we were safely getting out and doing our field work, but it was interesting to see that almost a third of the vegetation that surrounds the Brookfield Zoo is Tree of Heaven. So we are working with the Chicago Zoological Society, and we're going to be training their volunteers this year so that when they're out volunteering at the zoo, they can take some time and they can look at the Tree of Heaven and they can do their monitoring. So that was a super win-win for us. We're really happy about that. And it kind of came it kind of came organically. We were there, we had another contact, so we were able to put 2 and 2 together and again increase the likelihood of potentially a detection. We're going to take another closer look at Cook County. I mean, it's a poor image, but all those little tiny dots are just nothing but Tree of Heaven. So it becomes a challenge to try to manage that. So we're going to break it down into higher risks as well as geographic locations. And then I believe in Cook County, we're going to reach out to our tree keepers as well as our extension volunteers and ask them to participate in this program this summer. And over on the right-hand side is just basically what we're going to do. So we're going to round up all these data points, assign them, and then monitor their revisits. We've been able to identify the real need for unique outreach materials. I loved the presentation earlier this week on the homeowner. Oh, that's a great resource. And thank you, Jillian, for giving me the keys to that box folder. That's awesome. So we'd like to do a data visualization map because we think, you know, it's a good story to tell kind of what's going on in Illinois and how people are working together to support this early detection plan. Our priority popped up this summer, Rockford. I think Liz mentioned it earlier, where, you know, we found one or two dead adults, and that was most likely from a cargo plane coming into Rockford, refueling, and then moving on to California. And I believe that the Japanese beetle treatment was what that most likely was what killed those just 2 or 3 dead adults that we found. So we're going to go back, we're going to monitor, we're going to work with the Rockford Park District. We've got our forest health team. They are going to be doing some monitoring, some state lands. So Rockford's going to be a very big priority for us. Call to action resources. In the presentation, I mentioned that I would share some of the resources we have. And I can actually, I'm never too far without my spotted lanternfly hat. But what's really cool about this is the 3 seconds, 30 seconds, and 3 minutes. And I think, you know, to be honest with you, we've got our state information on the back. So we're super excited about that. Usually when I do education, 3 seconds, somebody picks it up, I tell them what it is. 30 seconds, I'm able to tell them why this is an issue, and they're still standing there. I've got 3 minutes of how can they help. So the spotted lanternfly headband has been very effective for us, and we are grateful for Pennsylvania for sharing it. I do have a video training that we use to train people on how to use EdsMap Pro. So how can they get out and do their field work on their phone. So if anybody would like a link to that, I'd be happy to provide that as well. Obviously, we use our Hungry Pests, our pest alerts with English and Spanish. So we're super excited about that. And then we've developed an Illinois scraper card. Again, we just repurpose all of these great resources. And I'm so excited because my bling has just increased after the last couple of days. So I'm looking forward to getting some new resources out there as well. But the spotted lanternfly scraper card, gosh, we're on our second order. So we distributed over 10,000 of them. And what's most important is lanternfly@illinois.edu. So if somebody takes a picture, they can send that picture and an email, and it goes to the Illinois Department of Agriculture, our PPQ State Plant Health Director, Greg, as well as CAPS coordinator, and a number of other people. So it has been very effective. If somebody does use that email, boy, everybody responds very quickly. So we're pleased with that resource as well. During COVID, decided to look at the Illinois Invasive Species Awareness and Management Facebook page. I popped out a little alert like, hey, be on the lookout for this. I was thrilled that over 6,000 people reacted. And then we have 520 engagements and 70 people shared them. So think about that secondary outreach. Man, it was great. We're very excited about that. Right now in Illinois, we're hoping that the Illinois Invasive Species Council will reconvene, and from there get a dedicated website, whether it's invasives.org/Illinois. Right now it has not been updated for a number of years, so we're reviewing that as well. This has been a great resource for us. It is free to anybody who wants it. There is the online version if you're interested over on the lower left-hand side. Distributed over 8,200 guides. And so this guide, thankfully, not only talks about the plants and the invasive plants, but also the pests. So this is a super resource that we hand people, and they have good contact information. What can they do? Who can they get to? How should they respond? So we're really happy about this resource as well. There's a free webinar, and I'm kind of coming up. I got a few minutes. There's a free webinar. It's an EdsMap Summit, and it is being run through NASMA. NASMA is the North American Invasive Species Management Association. And so if you're interested at finding out a little bit more about the use of EdsMap Pro or EdsMap and the functionality, and kind of walk through the how-tos. It's a 2-day seminar, and the information is there. I apologize for not getting a web link for that, but that's a really good resource. Chuck Bergeron at Bugwood's always available if you're interested in getting any more information. If you do go on to EdsMap on the desktop, EdsMap, they have some phenomenal resources. Just great training videos. I mean, you name it, they have it. So with that, that's Leslie Vargas. That's us last year. I appreciate Leslie's help last year. She was a conservation fellow that helped fully develop a lot of the resources that we have right now. And here's my contact information. I'm happy to answer any questions that may have come about, but I guess all I can say right now at the end is stay tuned, because we are in a quasi pilot phase. We're moving out. We're going to test the waters. We're not going to bite off more than we can chew. We're going to be prepared and hopefully ready. Although after the last couple of days, I think there's a lot more things I need to think about. But with that, I think I'm going to stop sharing and see if there's any questions or if any of the other panelists would like to join in.
Okay, thank you, Tricia. Sorry, my audio dropped out on me there for a second. So thank you very much for your presentation. At the moment, I don't have any questions for you, but I can tell you I greatly appreciate your energy and your excitement for it. It was great to see, and we're excited that you're excited. So thank you very much. And I believe that is it. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dana if she's ready.
We've got 4 minutes.
Thank you. Great job, Tricia. Great job. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your support.
And I agree. Really appreciate the energy that you brought at the end of the day. So thank you very much for re-energizing us. So thank you. I want to thank everybody for participating. There were a number of people who worked very hard to put together the agendas and make the Spotted Lanternfly Summit a reality. This is the 3rd year that it has been offered, and just really appreciate all the work that they did. Nancy and Brian, you have been with us every single day, every session, making sure that the webinar is managed and moving through, making sure connections and screens can be seen. So thank you all very much for that. Jay, thank you for this afternoon. You did a great job facilitating and keeping us moving on track. So thank you all there. And Leo, thank you for this morning. Great job with your facilitation there. I'm not sure if there's any questions or comments for the group. Seeing kudos being given for the presentations today, and feeling like this was productive and informative. I have not mentioned this to Brian yet, so Brian, please don't be surprised. We may want to follow up with a quick survey to the attendees so that we can kind of gauge what it is that you took away, what you might want to see if we do this again, and do you want to have it done again? So don't be surprised if you see an email in your inbox with somebody reaching out, trying to gather a little bit more information as we move forward. So again, you know, all the work that went in, all the presenters, your time, and I found it very good for our stakeholders. Really appreciate the participation there. This is how we get better ideas on how to assist, giving you the tools that you need. And I know that Extension is already following up with a couple of people to see how we can work better together. And I think some great ideas have been shared on the cooperation and the partnerships. So if I can give all states this advice, partnerships are key. Networking, building relationships. And yes, it is difficult to sometimes find the right person to talk to, but please don't give up. They're out there and they want to talk to you just as much as you want to talk to them. You just have to find each other. And with that, I'm going to say thank you all and have a nice evening. And let's wipe out Spotted Lanternfly. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Dana.